The Master Key System by Charles F. Haanel. Introduction. Before any environment, successful or otherwise, can be created, action of some kind is necessary, and before any action is possible, there must be thought of some kind, either conscious or unconscious, and as thought is a product of mind, it becomes evident that mind is the creative center from which all activities proceed. It is not expected that any of the inherent laws which govern the modern business world as it is at present constituted can be suspended or repealed by any force on the same plane, but it is axiomatic that a higher law may overcome a lower one. Tree life causes the sap to ascend, not by repealing the law of gravity, but by surmounting it. To control circumstances, a knowledge of certain scientific principles of mind action is required. Power over circumstances is one of its fruits. Health, harmony, and prosperity are assets upon its balance sheet. Every thought tends to become a material thing. Our desires are seed thoughts that have a tendency to sprout and grow and blossom and bear fruit. We are sowing these seeds every day. What shall the harvest be? Each of us today is the result of his past thinking. Later, we shall be the result of what we are now thinking. We create our own character, personality, and environment by the thought which we originate or entertain. Thought seeks its own. The law of mental attraction is an exact parallel to the law of atomic affinity. Mental currents are as real as electric, magnetic, or heat currents. We attract the currents with which we are in harmony. Are we selecting those which will be conducive to our success? It will be found that nature is constantly seeking to express harmony in all things, is forever trying to bring about an harmonious adjustment for every discord, every wound, every difficulty. Therefore, when thought is harmonious, nature begins to create the material conditions, the possession of which is necessary in order to make up an harmonious environment. When we understand that mind is the great creative power, what does not become possible? Great masters of men possess this power to a marked degree. Their influence is felt far and near, and they secure compliance with their wishes by making others want to act in accord with them. No man is ever created without the inherent power in himself to help himself. The personality that understands its own intellectual and moral power of conquest will certainly assert itself. It is this truth which an infamined world craves today. There is a divine potency in every human being. We have come to know that appearances exist for us only in our consciousness. In the last analysis, one principle governs and controls all there is. Every atom is forever conserved. Whatever is parted with must inevitably be received somewhere. We can receive only what we give, and we may give only to those who can receive, and it remains with us to determine our rate of growth and the degree of harmony that we shall express. The laws under which we live are designed solely for our advantage. All the great eternal forces act in solemn silence, but it is in our power to place ourselves in harmony with them and thus express a life of comparative peace and happiness. Difficulties in harmonies, obstacles, indicate that we are either refusing to give out what we no longer need or refusing to accept what we require. Growth is attained through an exchange of the old for the new, of the good for the better. It is a conditional or reciprocal action. For each of us is a complete thought entity, and the completeness makes it possible for us to receive only as we give. We cannot obtain what we lack if we tenaciously cling to what we have. The principle of attraction operates to bring to us only what may be to our advantage. We are able consciously to control our conditions as we come to sense the purpose of what we attract, and are able to extract from each experience only what we require for our further growth. Our ability to do this determines the degree of harmony or happiness we attain. The ability to appropriate what we require for our growth continually increases as we reach higher planes and broader visions. Nothing may reach us except what is necessary for our growth. All conditions and experiences that come to us do so for our benefit. We gain permanent strength exactly to the extent of the effort required to overcome our difficulties. Our mind forces are often bound by the paralyzing suggestions that come to us from the crude thinking of the race, and which are accepted and acted upon without question. Impressions of fear, of worry, of disability, and of inferiority are given us daily. These are sufficient reasons in themselves why men achieve so little, why the lives of multitudes are so barren of results, when all the time there are possibilities within them which need only the liberating touch of appreciation and wholesome ambition to expand into real greatness. While a few seers have grasped the great fact that mind is the universal substance, the basis of all things, never before has this vital truth penetrated the more general consciousness. A new era has dawned, and now, standing in its light, man sees something of the vastness of the meaning of life, something of its grandeur. Within that life is the germ of infinite potencies. One feels convinced that man's possibility of attainment cannot be measured, that boundary lines to his onward march are unthinkable. Standing on this height, he finds that he can draw new power to himself from the infinite energy of which he is a part. Some men seem to attract success, power, wealth, attainment with very little conscious effort. Others conquer with great difficulty. Still others fail altogether. The difference must be mental, must be in the mind. Hence, mind must be the creative force, must constitute the sole difference between men. It is mind, therefore, which overcomes environment and every other obstacle in the path of men. If the only difference between men lies in their ability to think, to use and control their thought, to develop it, if the secret of all success, all power, all attainment is the creative power of mind, the force of thought, surely the ability of think correctly should become the paramount object of every man. When the creative power of thought is fully understood, its effect will be seen to be marvelous. To secure the desired results, it is necessary to know the law and to comply with it. The student who learns that power comes from within, that he is weak only because he has depended on help from outside, and who unhesitatingly throws himself on his own thought, instantly rights himself, stands erect, assumes a dominant attitude, and works miracles. Scientists tell us that we live in the universal ether. This is formless of itself, but it is pliable, and forms about us, in us, and around us, according to our thought and word. We set it into activity by that which we think. Then that which manifests to us objectively is that we have thought or said. Thought is governed by law. The reason we have not manifested more faith is because of lack of understanding. We have not understood that everything works in exact accordance with definite law. The law of thought is as definite as the law of mathematics, or the law of chemistry, or the law of electricity, or the law of gravitation. When we begin to understand that happiness, health, success, prosperity, and every other condition or environment are results, and that these results are created by right thinking, either consciously or unconsciously, we shall realize the importance of a working knowledge of the laws governing thought. Those coming into a conscious realization of the power of thought find themselves in possession of the best that life can give. Substantial things of a higher order become theirs, and these sublime realities are so constituted that they can be made tangible parts of daily personal life. They realize a world of higher power and keep that power constantly working. This power is inexhaustible, limitless, and they are therefore carried forward from victory to victory. Obstacles that seem insurmountable are overcome. Enemies are changed to friends. Conditions are overcome. Elements transformed. Fate is conquered. The supply of good is inexhaustible, and the demand can be made along whatever lines we may desire. This is the mental law of demand and supply. Our circumstances and environment are formed by our thoughts. We have, perhaps, been creating these conditions unconsciously. If they are unsatisfactory, the remedy is to consciously alter our mental attitude and see our circumstances adjust themselves to the new mental condition. There is nothing strange or supernatural about this. It is simply the law of being. The thoughts which take root in the mind will certainly produce fruit after their kind. To improve our conditions, we must first improve ourselves. Our thoughts and desires will be the first to show improvement. In order to take advantage of this law and put ourselves into harmonious relationship with it, it is necessary to see that the conditions are all met for its proper operation. The law of attraction is in operation all the time, everywhere. But to take advantage of this process, it is just as necessary to comply with the law. Mind is creative and operates through the law of attraction. We are not to try to influence any to do what we think they should do. Each individual has a right to choose for himself. But aside from this, we would be operating under the law of force, which is destructive in its nature, and just the opposite of the law of attraction. All of the great laws of nature operate in silence, and the underlying principle is the law of attraction. To be successful, attention must invariably be directed to the creative plane. It must never seek to deprive. You do not wish to take anything away from anyone else. You want to create something for yourself. And what you want for yourself, you are perfectly willing that everyone else should have. Abundance is a natural law of the universe. The evidence of this law is conclusive. We see it on every hand. Everywhere nature is lavish, wasteful, extravagant. That there is an abundance for everyone is evident, but that many seem to have been separated from this supply is also evident. They have not yet come into a realization of the universality of all substance. And that mind is the active principle which starts causes in motion whereby we are related to the things we desire. Of course, mind creates negative conditions just as readily as favorable conditions. And when we consciously or unconsciously visualize every kind of lack, limitation, and discord, we create these conditions. This is what many are unconsciously doing all the time. This law, as well as every other law, is no respecter of persons, but is in constant operation and is relentlessly bringing to each individual exactly what he has created. In other words, whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Abundance depends upon a recognition of the laws of abundance and the fact that mind is not only the creator, but the only creator of all there is. It is only those who recognize the law and place themselves in harmony with it who share in its benefits. A recognition of the law of abundance develops certain mental and moral qualities, among which are courage, loyalty, tact, sagacity, individuality, and constructiveness. These are all modes of thought, and as all thought is creative, they manifest in objective conditions corresponding with the mental condition. Every thought is a cause, and every condition an effect. This principle endows the individual with seemingly transcendental possibilities, among which is the mastery of conditions through the creation and recognition of opportunities. It is this organization of victory or success within the mind, this consciousness of power within which constitutes the responsive, harmonious action whereby we are related to the objects and purposes which we seek. This is the law of attraction in action. This law, being the common property of all, can be exercised by anyone having sufficient knowledge of its operation. Accumulation is the power to reserve and preserve a part of the supply, which we are constantly receiving, so as to be in position to take advantage of the larger opportunities which will come as soon as we are ready for them. All successful businessmen have this quality well developed. It must never be confounded with selfishness, miserliness, or penuriousness. They are perversions and will make any true progress impossible. Constructiveness is the creative instinct of the mind. It will be readily seen that every successful businessman must be able to plan, develop, or construct. In the business world, it is usually referred to as initiative. It manifests in building, designing, planning, inventing, discovering, improving. Sagacity is the ability to perceive and cooperate with natural law. True sagacity avoids trickery and deceit as it would the leprosy. It is the product of that deep insight which enables one to penetrate into the heart of things and understand how to set causes in motion which will inevitably create successful conditions. Tact is a very subtle and at the same time a very important factor in business success. To possess tact, one must have a fine feeling, must instinctively know what to say or what to do. Tact enables one to foresee what is about to happen and calculate the result of actions. Individuality is the power to unfold our own latent possibilities, to be a law unto ourselves, to be interested in the race rather than the goal. Strong men care nothing for the flock of imitators who trot complacently behind them. Individuality glories more in the unfolding of the power within than in the servility of the weakling. Truth is the imperative condition of all well-being. To be sure, to know the truth and to stand confidently on it is a satisfaction beside which no other is comparable. Truth is the underlying verity, the condition precedent to every business or social relation. Truth is the only solid ground in a world of conflict, doubt, and danger. Every act not in harmony with truth, whether through ignorance or design, cuts the ground from under our feet, leads to discord, inevitable loss, and confusion. Those who establish within themselves the requisite elements of true success have established confidence, organized victory, and it only remains for them to take such steps from time to time as the newly awakened thought force will direct. And herein rests the magical secret of all power. Less than 10% of our mental processes is conscious. The other 90% is subconscious and unconscious. So that he who would depend upon his conscious thought alone for results is less than 10% efficient. Those who are accomplishing anything worthwhile are those who are enabled to take advantage of this greater storehouse of mental wealth. It is in the vast domain of the subconscious mind that great truths are hidden. And it is here that thought finds its creative power, its power to correlate with its object, to bring out of the unseen the seen. The fruit of this knowledge is, as it were, a gift of the gods. It is the truth that makes men free, not only free from every lack and limitation, but free from sorrow, worry, and care. And is it not wonderful to realize that this law is no respecter of persons, that it makes no difference what your habit of thought may be, the way has been prepared? With the realization that this mental power controls and directs every other power which exists, that it can be cultivated and developed, that no limitation can be placed upon its activity, it will become apparent that it is the greatest fact in the world, the remedy for every ill, the solution for every difficulty, the gratification of every desire. In fact, that it is the Creator's magnificent provision for human emancipation. The discovery of a reign of law marked an epoch in human progress. It eliminated the element of uncertainty and caprices from men's lives, and substituted law, reason, and certitude. Men now understand that for every result there is an adequate and definite cause, so that when a given result is desired, they seek the condition by which alone this result may be attained. The master key is based on absolute scientific truth and will unfold the possibilities that lie dormant in the individual and teach how they may be brought into powerful action to increase the person's effective capacity. The student who gains an understanding of the mental laws which are unfolded will come into the possession of an ability to secure results hitherto undreamed of. It explains the correct use of both the receptive and active elements of the mental nature, and instructs the student in the recognition of opportunity. It strengthens the will and reasoning powers and teaches the cultivation and best uses of imagination, desire, the emotions, and the intuitional faculty. It gives initiative, tenacity of purpose, wisdom of choice, intelligent sympathy, and a thorough enjoyment of life on its higher planes. The master key teaches the use of mind power, true mind power, not any of the substitutes and perversions. It has nothing to do with hypnotism, magic, or any of the more or less fascinating deceptions by which many are led to think that something can be had for nothing. The master key cultivates and develops the understanding which will enable you to control the body and thereby the health. It improves and strengthens the memory. It develops, say it, the kind of insight which is so rare, the kind which is the distinguishing characteristic of every successful businessman. Mental power is creative power. It gives you the ability to create for yourself. It does not mean the ability to take something away from someone else. Nature never does things that way. Nature makes two blades of grass grow where one grew before, and mind power enables men to do the same thing. It has changed the lives of thousands of men and women by substituting definite principles for uncertain and hazy methods. And principles are the foundation upon which every system of efficiency must rest. There is a change in the thought of the world. This change is silently transpiring in our midst, and is more important than any which the world has undergone since the downfall of paganism. Science has of late made such vast discoveries, has revealed such an infinity of resources, has unveiled such enormous possibilities and such unsuspected forces, that scientific men more and more hesitate to affirm certain theories as established and indubitable, or to deny certain other theories as absurd or impossible. And so a new civilization is being born. Customs, creeds, and cruelty are passing. Vision, faith, and service are taking their place. The fetters of tradition are being melted off from humanity. And as the dross of materialism is being consumed, thought is being liberated, and truth is rising full-orbed before an astonished multitude. The whole world is on the eve of a new consciousness, a new power, and a new realization of the resources within the self. The last century saw the most magnificent material progress in history. The present century will produce the greatest progress in mental and spiritual power. Physical science has resolved matter into molecules, molecules into atoms, atoms into energy, and it has remained for Sir Ambrose Fleming in an address before the Royal Institution to resolve this energy into mind. He says, "In its ultimate essence, energy may be incomprehensible by us except as an exhibition of the direct operation of that which we call mind or will. In the mineral world, everything is solid and fixed. In the animal and vegetable kingdom, it is in a state of flux. In the atmosphere, we find heat, light, and energy. Each realm becomes finer and more spiritual as we pass from the visible to the invisible, from the coarse to the fine. When we reach the invisible, we find energy in its purest and most volatile state. And as the most powerful forces of nature are the invisible forces, so we find that the most powerful forces of man are his invisible forces, his spiritual force. And the only way in which the spiritual force can manifest is through the process of thinking. Thinking is the only activity which the spirit possesses, and thought is the only product of thinking. Every thought brings into action certain physical tissue, parts of the brain, nerve, or muscle. This produces an actual physical change in the construction of the tissue. Therefore, it is only necessary to have a certain number of thoughts on a given subject in order to bring about a complete change in the physical organization of a man. This is the process by which failure is changed to success. Thoughts of courage, power, inspiration, harmony are substituted for thoughts of failure, despair, lack, limitation, and discord. And as these thoughts take root, the physical tissue is changed and the individual sees life in a new light. He is reconstructed and is filled with joy, confidence, hope, energy. He sees opportunities for success to which he was heretofore blind. He attracts to him new and successful associates, and this in turn changes his environment. So that by this simple exercise of thought, a man changes not only himself, but his environment, circumstances, and conditions. You must see that we are at the dawn of a new day, that the possibilities are so wonderful, so fascinating, so limitless, as to be almost bewildering. Any man with a knowledge of the possibilities contained in the Master Key has an inconceivable advantage over the multitude. Shita, Chapter 1. The World Within. Would you bring into your life more power? Get the power consciousness. More health? Get the health consciousness. More happiness? Get the happiness consciousness. Live the spirit of these things until they become yours by right. It will then become impossible to keep them from you. The things of the world are fluid to a power within man by which he rules them. You need not acquire this power. You already have it, but you want to understand it. You want to use it. You want to control it. Day by day, as you go on, as you gain momentum, as your inspiration deepens, as your plans crystallize, as you gain understanding, you will come to realize that this world is no dead pile of stones and timber, but that it is a living thing. Those who come into this understanding are inspired by a new force. They gain confidence and greater power each day and realize their hopes and their dreams come true. That much gathers more is true on every plane of existence, and that loss leads to greater loss is equally true. Mind is creative, and conditions, environment, and all experiences in life are the result of our predominant mental attitude. The attitude of mind depends upon what we think. Therefore, the secret of all power, achievement, and possession depends upon our method of thinking. We must be before we can do, and we can do only to the extent that we are. And what we are depends upon what we think. The only way by which we may secure possession of power is to become conscious of power, and we can never become conscious of power until we learn that all power is from within. There is a world within, a world of thought and feeling and power, of light and life and beauty, and although invisible, its forces are mighty. The world within is governed by mind. When we discover this world, we shall find the solution for every problem, the cause for every effect. And since the world within is subject to our control, all laws of power and possession are also within our control. The world without is a reflection of the world within. What appears without is what has been found within. In the world within may be found infinite wisdom, infinite power, infinite supply of all that is necessary, waiting for unfoldment, development, and expression. If we recognize these potentialities in the world within, they will take form within the world without. Harmony in the world within will be reflected in the world without by harmonious conditions, agreeable surroundings, the best of everything. It is the foundation of health and a necessary essential to all greatness and success. Harmony in the world within means the ability to control our thoughts and to determine for ourselves how any experience is to affect us. Harmony in the world within results in optimism and affluence. Affluence within results in affluence without. If we find wisdom in the world within, we shall have the understanding to discern the marvelous possibilities that are latent in this world within, and we shall be given the power to make these possibilities manifest in the world without. As we become conscious of this wisdom, we mentally take possession of it, and by taking mental possession, we come into actual possession of the power and wisdom necessary to bring our most complete and harmonious development into manifestation. The world within is the practical world in which the men and women of power generate courage, hope, enthusiasm, confidence, trust, and faith, by which they are given the intelligence to see the vision and the practical skill to make the vision real. Life is an enfoldment, not accretion. What comes to us in the world without is what we already possess in the world within. All possession is based on consciousness. All gain is the result of an accumulative consciousness. All loss is the result of a scattering consciousness. Mental efficiency is contingent upon harmony. Discord means confusion. Therefore, he who would acquire power must be in harmony with natural law. We are related to the world without by the objective mind. The brain is the organ of this mind, and the cerebrospinal system of nerves puts us in conscious communication with every part of the body. This system of nerves responds to every sensation of light, heat, odor, sound, and taste. When this mind thinks correctly, when it understands the truth, when the thoughts sent through the cerebrospinal nervous system to the body are constructive, these sensations are pleasant, harmonious. The result is that we build strength, vitality, and all constructive forces into our body. But it is through this same objective mind that all distress, sickness, lack, limitation, and every form of discord and inharmony is admitted to our lives. It is therefore through the objective mind, by wrong thinking, that we are related to all destructive forces. We are related to the world within by the subconscious mind. The solar plexus is the organ of this mind. The sympathetic system of nerves presides over all subjective sensations, such as joy, fear, love, emotion, respiration, imagination, and all other subconscious phenomena. It is through the subconscious that we are connected with the universal mind and brought into relation with the infinite constructive forces of the universe. It is the coordination of these two centers of our being and the understanding of their functions which is the great secret of life. With this knowledge, we can bring the objective and subjective minds into conscious cooperation and thus coordinate the finite and the infinite. Our future is entirely within our own control. It is not at the mercy of any capricious or uncertain external power. There is but one consciousness pervading the entire universe. occupying all space and being essentially the same in kind at every point of its presence. It is all powerful, all wisdom, and always present. There is but one consciousness in the universe able to think, and when it thinks, its thoughts become objective things to it. As this consciousness is omnipresent, it must be present within every individual. Each individual must be a manifestation of that omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent consciousness. As there is only one consciousness in the universe that is able to think, it necessarily follows that your consciousness is identical with the universal consciousness. All mind is one mind. The consciousness that focuses in your brain cells is the same consciousness which focuses in the brain cells of every other individual. Each individual is but the individualization of the universal, the cosmic mind. The universal mind is static or potential energy. It simply is. It can manifest only through the individual, and the individual can manifest only through the universal. They are one. The ability of the individual to think is his ability to act on the universal and bring it into manifestation. Human consciousness consists only in the ability of man to think. Thought is therefore the vibratory force formed by converting static mind into dynamic mind. As the sum of all attributes is contained in the universal mind, which is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, these attributes must be present at all times in their potential form in every individual. Therefore, when the individual thinks, the thought is compelled by its nature to embody itself in a condition which will correspond with its origin. Every thought is therefore a cause, and every condition an effect. For this reason, it is absolutely essential that you control your thoughts so as to bring forth only desirable conditions. All power is from within and is absolutely under your control. It comes through exact knowledge and by the voluntary exercise of exact principles. It should be plain that when you acquire a thorough understanding of this law and are able to control your thought processes, you can apply it to any condition. In other words, you will have come into conscious cooperation with omnipotent law, which is the fundamental basis of all things. The universal mind is the life principle of every atom which is in existence. Every atom is continually striving to manifest more life. All are intelligent, and all are seeking to carry out the purpose for which they were created. A majority of mankind lives in the world without. Few have found the world within, and yet it is the world within that makes the world without. It is therefore creative, and everything which you find in your world without has been created by you in the world within. The master key will bring you into a realization of power, which will be yours when you understand this relation between the world without and the world within. The world within is the cause, the world without the effect. To change the effect, you must change the cause. You will at once see that this is a radically new and different idea. Most men try to change effects by working with effects. They fail to see that this is simply changing one form of distress for another. To remove discord, we must remove the cause, and this cause can be found only in the world within. All growth is from within. This is evident in all nature. Every plant, every animal, every human being is a living testimony to this great law, and the error of the ages is in looking for strength or power from without. The world within is the universal fountain of supply, and the world without is the outlet to the stream. Our ability to receive depends upon our recognition of this universal fountain, this infinite energy, of which each individual is an outlet, and so is one with every other individual. Recognition is a mental process. Mental action is therefore the interaction of the individual upon the universal mind, and as the universal mind is the intelligence which pervades all space and animates all living things, this mental action and reaction is the law of causation. The principle of causation does not obtain in the individual, but in the universal mind. It is not an objective faculty, but a subjective process, and the results are seen in an infinite variety of conditions and experiences. In order to express life, there must be mind. Nothing can exist without mind. Everything which exists is some manifestation of this one basic substance from which and by which all things have been created and are continually being recreated. We live in a fathomless sea of plastic mind substance. This substance is ever alive and active. It is sensitive to the highest degree. It takes form according to the mental demand. Thought forms the mold or matrix from which the substance expresses. Remember that it is in the application alone that the value consists, and that a practical understanding of this law will substitute abundance for poverty, wisdom for ignorance, harmony for discord, and freedom for tyranny. Now, make the application. Select a room where you can be alone and undisturbed. Sit erect comfortably, but do not lounge. Let your thoughts roam where they will, but be perfectly still for from 15 minutes to half an hour. Continue this for 3 or 4 days or for a week until you secure full control of your physical being. Many will find this extremely difficult. Others will conquer with ease, but it is absolutely essential to secure complete control of the body before you are ready to progress. Chapter 2. The Conscious and Subconscious Mind. Our difficulties are largely due to confused ideas and ignorance of our true interests. The great task is to discover the laws of nature to which we are to adjust ourselves. All processes, even those of thought, rest on solid foundations. Thought is energy. Active thought is active energy. Concentrated thought is concentrated energy. Thought concentrated on a definite purpose becomes power. The ability to receive and manifest this power depends upon the ability to recognize the infinite energy, ever dwelling in man, ready at any moment to manifest through him. In exact proportion to the recognition of this truth will be the manifestation in the outer life. The operations of the mind are produced by 2 parallel modes of activity, the one conscious and the other subconscious. The subconscious logical processes are carried on with a certainty and regularity which would be impossible if there existed the possibility of error. Our mind is so designed that it prepares for us the most important foundations of cognition, whilst we have not the slightest apprehension of the modus operandi. Ultimate analysis of thought processes shows that the subconscious is the theater of the most important mental phenomena. Ease and perfection depend entirely upon the degree in which we cease to depend upon the consciousness. Playing the piano and the skilled trades depend for their perfect execution on the process of the subconscious mind. We are all aware how dependent we are upon the subconscious. The greater and more brilliant our thoughts are, the more it is obvious that their origin lies beyond our ken. We find ourselves endowed with tact, instinct, and a sense of the beautiful whose origin we are wholly unconscious of. The value of the subconscious is enormous. It inspires us, warns us, and furnishes us with facts from the storehouse of memory. It accomplishes tasks so intricate that no conscious mind has the capacity for them. We can walk at will, raise the arm whenever we choose, and give our attention to any subject at pleasure. On the other hand, we cannot stop our heartbeats, the circulation of the blood, or many other important vital processes. If we compare these two sets of action, we see at once that the vital processes of our physical life are withdrawn from the domain of our outward will and placed under the direction of a permanent and dependable power within us. Of these two powers, the outward and changeable has been termed the conscious mind, or the objective mind, dealing with outward objects. The interior power is called the subconscious mind, or the subjective mind, and besides its work on the mental plane, it controls the regular functions which make physical life possible. Perceiving and operating through the 5 physical senses, the conscious mind deals with the impressions and objects of the outward life. It has the faculty of discrimination, carrying with it the responsibility of choice. It has the power of reasoning and is the seat of the will. It can direct the subconscious mind. In this way, the conscious mind becomes the responsible ruler and guardian of the subconscious mind. It is this high function which can completely reverse conditions in your life. Conditions of fear, worry, poverty, disease, and evils of all kinds dominate us by reason of false suggestions accepted by the unguarded subconscious mind. The trained conscious mind can entirely prevent this by its vigilant protective action. It may properly be called the watchman at the gate of the great subconscious domain. The subconscious mind draws just and accurate inferences from premises furnished from outside sources. Where the premise is true, it reaches a faultless conclusion. But where the suggestion is an error, the whole structure falls. It relies upon the conscious mind to guard it from mistaken impressions. When the watchman is off guard, the subconscious mind is left open to suggestion from all sources. During the wild excitement of panic or the height of anger, the subconscious mind is open to the suggestion of fear, hatred, selfishness, greed, and other negative forces. The result is usually unwholesome in the extreme. Hence, the great importance of guarding the subconscious mind from false impressions. The subconscious mind perceives by intuition. Hence, its processes are rapid. It does not wait for the slow methods of conscious reasoning. In fact, it cannot employ them. The subconscious mind never sleeps, never rests, any more than does your heart or your blood. It has been found that by plainly stating to the subconscious mind certain specific things to be accomplished, forces are set in operation that lead to the result desired. Here, then, is a source of power which places us in touch with omnipotence. Those who put this law into operation find that when they anticipate a difficult interview, something has been there before them and dissolved the supposed differences. When some difficult business problem presents itself, something suggests the proper solution. In fact, those who have learned to trust the subconscious find that they have infinite resources at their command. The subconscious mind is the seat of our principles and our aspirations. It is the fount of our artistic and altruistic ideals. These instincts can only be overthrown by an elaborate and gradual process of undermining the innate principles. The subconscious mind cannot argue controversially if it has accepted wrong suggestions. The sure method of overcoming them is by the use of a strong counter-suggestion, frequently repeated, thus eventually forming new and healthy habits of thought and life. That which we do over and over becomes mechanical. It is no longer an act of judgment, but has worn its deep grooves in the subconscious mind. If a habit be harmful and wrong, the remedy is to recognize the omnipotence of the subconscious mind and suggest present actual freedom. The subconscious, being creative and one with our divine source, will at once create the freedom suggested. The normal functions of the subconscious on the physical side have to do with the regular and vital processes, with the preservation of life and the restoration of health. It cares for offspring, which includes an instinctive desire to preserve all life and improve conditions generally. On the mental side, it is the storehouse of memory. It harbors the wonderful thought messengers who work unhampered by time or space. It is the fountain of the practical initiative and constructive forces of life, and it is the seat of habit. On the spiritual side, it is the source of ideals, of aspiration, of the imagination, and is the channel through which we recognize our divine source. In proportion as we recognize this divinity, do we come into an understanding of the source of power. Someone may ask how the subconscious can change conditions. The reply is because the subconscious is a part of the universal mind, and a part must be the same in kind and quality as the whole. The only difference is one of degree. The whole, as we know, is creative. In fact, it is the only creator there is. Consequently, we find that mind is creative, and as thought is the only activity which the mind possesses, thought must necessarily be creative also. But we shall find that there is a vast difference between simply thinking and directing our thought consciously, systematically, and constructively. When we do this, we place our mind in harmony with the universal mind. We come in tune with the infinite, and we set in operation the mightiest force in existence, the creative power of the universal mind. This is governed by natural law, and this law is the law of attraction, which is that mind is creative and will automatically correlate with its object and bring it into manifestation. You will now begin to control your thought. Always take the same room, the same chair, and the same position if possible. Now be perfectly still as before, but inhibit all thought. This will give you control over all thoughts of care, worry, and fear, and will enable you to entertain only the kind of thoughts you desire. Continue this exercise until you gain complete mastery. You will not be able to do this for more than a few moments at a time, but the exercise is valuable because it will be a very practical demonstration of the great number of thoughts which are constantly trying to gain access to your mental world. Chapter 3. The Solar Plexus. You have found that the individual may act on the universal, and that the result of this action and interaction is cause and effect. Thought, therefore, is the cause, and the experiences with which you meet in life are the effect. Direct your efforts to a realization of the mental resources from which all deal and lasting power comes. Persist in this practice till you come to a realization of the fact that there can be no failure if you understand your power, because the mind forces are ever ready to lend themselves to a purposeful will. Whereas in the beginning, each function of life is the result of conscious thought, the habitual actions become automatic, and the thought that controls them passes into the realm of the subconscious. It is necessary that it becomes subconscious in order that the self-conscious mind may attend to other things. The necessary interaction of the conscious and subconscious mind requires a similar interaction between the corresponding systems of nerves. The cerebrospinal system is the organ of the conscious mind, and the sympathetic is the organ of the subconscious. The cerebrospinal is the channel through which we receive conscious perception from the physical senses. This system has its center in the brain. The sympathetic system has its center in a ganglionic mass at the back of the stomach known as the solar plexus, and is the channel of that mental action which unconsciously supports the vital functions. The connection between the two systems is made by the vagus nerve, which passes out of the cerebral region to the thorax, sending out branches to the heart and lungs, and finally passing through the diaphragm. It becomes identified with the nerves of the sympathetic system, making man physically a single entity. Every thought is received by the brain, which is the organ of the conscious. When the objective mind has been satisfied that the thought is true, it is sent to the solar plexus, or the brain of the subjective mind, to be brought into the world as a reality. The subconscious mind cannot argue. It only acts. The solar plexus has been likened to the sun of the body because it is a central point of distribution for the energy which the body is constantly generating. This energy is distributed by very real nerves to all parts of the body. When the solar plexus is in active operation and is radiating life, energy, and vitality to every part of the body, the sensations are pleasant. The body is filled with health, and all with whom he comes in contact experience a pleasant sensation. If there is any interruption of this radiation, the sensations are unpleasant. The flow of life to some part of the body is stopped, and this is the cause of every ill to the human race. Physical. Because the sun of the body is no longer generating sufficient energy, mental, because the conscious mind is dependent upon the subconscious for vitality, and environmental, because the connection between the subconscious mind and the universal mind is interrupted. The solar plexus is the point at which the part meets with the whole, where the universal becomes individualized. It is the point at which life appears, and there is no limit to the amount of life an individual may generate from this center. This center of energy is omnipotent, because it is the point of contact with all life and all intelligence. It can accomplish whatever it is directed to accomplish. The subconscious can and will carry out such plans and ideas as may be suggested to it by the conscious mind. Conscious thought is master of this sun center. The quality of the thought which we entertain determines the quality of the thought which this sun will radiate, and consequently will determine the nature of the experience which will result. It is evident that all we have to do is let our light shine. The more energy we can radiate, the more rapidly shall we transmute undesirable conditions into sources of pleasure and profit. The important question is how to generate this energy. Non-resistant thought actions the solar plexus. Resistant thought contracts it. Pleasant thought expands it. Unpleasant thought contracts it. Thoughts of courage, power, confidence, and hope produce a corresponding state, but the one arch enemy of the solar plexus, which must be absolutely destroyed, is fear. He is the cloud which hides the sun. When fear is effectually and completely destroyed, your light will shine, the clouds will disperse, and you will have found the source of power, energy, and life. When you find that you are really one with the infinite power, and when you can consciously realize this power by a practical demonstration of your ability to overcome any adverse condition, by the power of your thought, you will have nothing to fear. It is our attitude of mind towards life which determines the experiences with which we are to meet. The man who knows that he has a solar plexus will not fear criticism. He will anticipate success by his mental attitude. He will pound barriers to pieces and leap over the chasm of doubt which fear places in his path. A knowledge of our ability to consciously radiate health, strength, and harmony will bring us into a realization that there is nothing to fear. This knowledge can be gained only by making a practical application of this information. If you are religiously inclined, you can let your light shine. If your mind has a bias towards physical science, you can wake the solar plexus, or if you prefer the scientific interpretation, you can impress your subconscious mind. You have already learned that the subconscious is responsive to the will of the conscious mind. What is the most natural way of making the desired impression? Mentally concentrate on the object of your desire. When you are concentrating, you are impressing the subconscious. This is the method by which every great inventor, financier, and statesman has been enabled to convert the subtle and invisible force of desire into actual, tangible facts in the objective world. The subconscious mind is a part of the universal mind. The universal is the creative principle of the universe. This means that this creative power is absolutely unlimited. It is not bound by precedent and has no prior pattern by which to apply its constructive principle. When making a practical application of this principle, it is well to remember that it is not necessary to outline the method by which the subconscious will produce the results you desire. The finite cannot inform the infinite. You are simply to say what you desire, not how you are to obtain it. You are the channel by which the undifferentiated is being differentiated. It only requires recognition to set causes in motion which will bring about results in accordance with your desire. For your next exercise, I will ask you to go one step further. I want you to not only be perfectly still, but relax. Let go. Let the muscles take their normal condition. This will remove all pressure from the nerves and eliminate that tension which so frequently produces physical exhaustion. Physical relaxation is a voluntary exercise of the will, as it enables the blood to circulate freely. Tension leads to mental unrest and abnormal activity. It produces worry, fear, and anxiety. Relaxation is therefore an absolute necessity in order to allow the mental faculties to exercise the greatest freedom. Make this exercise as thorough and complete as possible. Mentally determine that you will relax every muscle and nerve until you feel restful and at peace with yourself and the world. The solar plexus will then be ready to function, and you will be surprised at the result. Chapter 4. The Real Self. You are not your body. The body is simply the physical instrument which the ego uses to carry out its purpose. You are not your mind. This is simply another instrument which the ego uses to think, reason, and plan. When you say, I go, you tell the body where to go. When you say, I think, you tell the mind what to think. When you come into a realization of the true nature of the I, you will enjoy a sense of power which nothing else can give. Thought is energy, and energy is power. Because all religions, sciences, and philosophies have been based upon the manifestation of this energy instead of the energy itself, the world has been limited to effects, while causes have been ignored. The master key is interested only in cause, whereby one may secure health, harmony, and abundance. Sorrow, misery, disease, and poverty are not necessities. This process of eliminating them consists in rising above limitation of any kind. He who has strengthened his thought need not concern himself about microbes, and he who has come into an understanding of the law of abundance will go at once to the source of supply. Thus, fate and destiny will be controlled as readily as a captain controls his ship. The real nature of this I is spiritual and is the source of the real power which comes when you realize your true nature. Your personality is made up of countless characteristics and habits of character resulting from your former method of thinking, but they have nothing to do with the real I. The greatest power which this I has been given is the power to think. But few people know how to think constructively. Most people allow their thoughts to dwell on selfish purposes. When a mind becomes mature, it understands that the germ of defeat is in every selfish thought. The trained mind knows that every transaction must benefit every person connected with it. This is because the individual is a part of the universal. The welfare of each part depends upon a recognition of the interests of the whole. Those who recognize this principle have a great advantage in the affairs of life. They can eliminate vagrant thoughts and readily concentrate on any subject. If you cannot do these things, it is because you have not made the necessary effort. One of the strongest affirmations you can use for strengthening the will is, I can be what I will to be. Every time you repeat it, realize who and what this I is. If your objects and purposes are in harmony with the creative principle of the universe, you will become invincible. Use this affirmation continuously until it becomes a part of you. When we start something and do not complete it, we are forming the habit of failure. If you do not intend to do a thing, do not start. If you do start, see it through. Even if the heavens fall, let nothing interfere. The I in you has determined the thing is settled. If you carry out this idea, beginning with small things you can control, and gradually increasing the effort, you will find that you can eventually control yourself. Many have found to their sorrow that it is easier to control a kingdom than to control themselves. When you have learned to control yourself, you will have found the world within which controls the world without. You will have become irresistible. Men and things will respond to your every wish without apparent effort. This is not strange when you remember that the world within is controlled by the I, and that this I is one with the infinite I, which is the universal energy or spirit. Herbert Spencer says, amid all the mysteries by which we are surrounded, nothing is more certain than that we are ever in the presence of an infinite and eternal energy from which all things proceed. Religion locates this power within man. Know ye not that ye are the temple of the living God? Here is the secret of the wonderful creative power of the world within. Here is the secret of mastery. To overcome does not mean to go without things. Self-denial is not success. We cannot be helpful unless we are strong. The infinite is not a bankrupt, and we who are the representatives of infinite power should not be bankrupts either. If we wish to be of service to others, we must have power. But to get it, we must give it. The universal is constantly seeking to express itself, but it cannot express through you as long as you are busy with your own purposes. Quiet the senses, seek inspiration, and focus the mental activity on the within. Dwell in the consciousness of your unity with omnipotence. Visualize the events and conditions which these spiritual connections may assist in manifesting. Realize that the essence and soul of all things is spiritual, and that the spiritual is the real. These mental activities pertain to the world within, the world of cause. The circumstances which result are the effect. It is thus that you become a creator. The grander and more noble the ideals which you can conceive, the more important the work will become. Overactivity of any kind produces mental apathy, making it impossible to do the work which results in conscious power. We should therefore seek the silence frequently. Power comes through repose. It is in the silence that we can be still, and when we are still we can think and thought is the secret of all attainment. Thought is a mode of motion carried by the law of vibration. It is given vitality by the emotions through the law of love, and takes form by the law of growth. In order to express power, abundance, or any constructive purpose, the emotions must be called upon to give feeling to the thought so that it will take form. What we develop the necessary faith and feeling by exercise, mental strength is secured in the same way that physical strength is secured. We think something, perhaps with a difficulty at first. We think it again and again until it becomes a mental habit. Finally, it becomes automatic. We are now positive of what we think. Now, I'm going to ask you to let go mentally. After taking your usual position, remove all tension by completely relaxing physically. Then mentally, let go of all adverse conditions, such as hatred, anger, worry, jealousy, sorrow, or disappointment. You may say that you cannot let go of these things, but you can do so by voluntary intention and persistence. The reason some cannot is because they allow themselves to be controlled by the emotions instead of by their intellect. The will guided by the intellect will gain the victory. You will not succeed the first time you try. But you must succeed in completely destroying these negative thoughts, because they are the seed which is constantly germinating into discordant conditions. There is nothing truer than that the quality of thought which we entertain correlates certain externals in the outside world. This is the law, from which there is no escape. And it is this law, this correlative of the thought with its object, that from time immemorial has led the people to believe in special providence. Chapter 5. Directing the Subconscious. Mind in action is thought, and thought is creative. Men are thinking now as they never thought before. Matter is powerless, passive, inert. Mind is force, energy power. Mind shapes and controls matter. Every form which matter takes is but the expression of some pre-existing thought. But thought works no magic transformations. It obeys natural laws. It sets in motion natural forces. It releases natural energies. It manifests in your conduct and actions, and eventually upon the whole of your environment. At least 90% of our mental life is subconscious, so that those who fail to make use of this mental power live within very narrow limits. The subconscious can and will solve any problem for us if we know how to direct it. The subconscious processes are always at work. The only question is, are we to be simply passive recipients of this activity, or are we to consciously direct the work? We have found that mind pervades every part of the physical body and is always capable of being directed or impressed by authority coming from the objective or the more dominant portion of the mind. The mind, which pervades the body, is largely the result of heredity, which in turn is simply the result of all the environments of all past generations on the responsive and ever-moving life forces. An understanding of this fact will enable us to use our authority when we find some undesirable trait of character manifesting. Again, this mind which pervades our physical body is not only the result of hereditary tendencies, but is the result of home, business, and social environment, where countless thousands of impressions, ideas, prejudices, and similar thoughts have been received. The idea seemed plausible. The conscious received it, passed it on to the subconscious, where it was taken up by the sympathetic system and passed on to be built into our physical body. The Word has become flesh. This, then, is the way we are constantly creating and recreating ourselves. We are today the result of our past thinking, and we shall be what we are thinking today. The law of attraction is bringing to us not the things we should like, or the things we wish for, or the things someone else has, but it brings us our own. The things which we have created by our thought processes. If either of us were building a home for ourselves, how careful we would be in regard to the plans, and yet how careless we are when it comes to building our mental home, which is infinitely more important than any physical home. What is the character of this material? We have seen that it is the result of the impressions which we have accumulated in the past and stored away in our subconscious mentality. If these impressions have been of fear, of worry, of care, of anxiety, then the texture of the material which we are weaving today will be of the same negative material. Instead of being of any value, it will be mildewed and rotten, and will bring us only more toil and care and anxiety. But if we have stored away nothing but courageous thought, if we have been optimistic, positive, and have immediately thrown any kind of negative thought on the scrap heap, what then is the result? Our mental material is now of the best kind. We can weave any kind of material we want. We know that the texture is firm, that the material is solid, that it will not fade, and we have no fear, no anxiety concerning the future. These are psychological facts. There is no theory or guesswork about these thinking processes. The thing to do is to have a mental house cleaning, and to have this house cleaning every day, and keep the house clean. When this mental house cleaning process has been completed, the material which is left will be suitable for the making of the kind of ideals or mental images which we desire to realize. There is a fine estate awaiting a claimant. Its broad acres, with abundant crops, running water, and fine timber, stretch away as far as the eye can see. All the heir has to do is to assert his heirship, take possession, and use the property. He must use it. He must not let it decay, for use is the condition on which he holds it. In the domain of mind and spirit, in the domain of practical power, such an estate is yours. You are the heir. You can assert your heirship and possess, and use this rich inheritance. It demands no sacrifice except the loss of your limitations, your servitudes, your weakness. To gain this estate, 3 processes are necessary. You must earnestly desire it. You must assert your claim. You must take possession. You are familiar with the subject of heredity. Darwin, Huxley, Haeckel, and other physical scientists have piled evidence mountain high that heredity is a law attending progressive creation. All these constitute what may be called your human heredity. But there is a heredity which the physical scientists have not compassed. It lies beneath and antecedent to all their researches, at a point where they throw up their hands in despair, saying they cannot account for what they see. This divine heredity is found in full sway. It is the benignant force which decrees primal creation. It thrills down from the divine, direct into every created being. This infinite life flows through you, is you. Its doorways are but the faculties which comprise your consciousness. To keep open these doors is the secret of power. The great fact is that the source of all life and all power is from within. Persons, circumstances, and events may suggest need and opportunities, but the insight, strength, and power to answer these needs will be found within. Those who have come into possession of this inheritance are never quite the same again. They have come into possession of a sense of power hitherto undreamed of. They can never again be timid, weak, vacillating, or fearful. This power is from within, but we cannot receive it unless we give it. Use is the condition upon which we hold this inheritance. We are, each of us, but the channel through which the omnipotent power is being differentiated into form. Unless we give out, the channel is obstructed, and we can receive no more. The more we give, the more we get, or is contingent upon a proper use of the power already in our possession. What is true in every field of endeavor, every experience in life, is true of the power from which every other power known among men is begotten, spiritual power. Take away the spirit, and what is left? Nothing. Now, go to your room, take the same seat, the same position as heretofore, and mentally select a place which has pleasant associations. Make a complete mental picture of it. See the buildings, the grounds, the trees, friends, associations, everything complete. At first, you will find yourself thinking of everything under the sun, except the ideal upon which you desire to concentrate. But do not let that discourage you. Persistence will win, but persistence requires that you practice these exercises every day without fail. Chapter 6. The Universal Mind. The universal mind is so wonderful that it is difficult to understand its utilitarian powers and possibilities and its unlimited creative effects. We have found that this mind is not only all intelligence, but all substance. How, then, is it to be differentiated in form? How are we to secure the effect which we desire? Ask any electrician what the effect of electricity will be, and he will reply that electricity is a form of motion, and its effect will depend upon the mechanism to which it is attached. Upon this mechanism will depend whether we shall have heat, light, power, music, or any of the other demonstrations of power to which this vital energy has been harnessed. What effect can be produced by thought? The reply is that thought is mind in motion, and its effect will depend entirely on the mechanism to which it is attached. Here, then, is the secret of all mental power. It depends entirely on the mechanism which we attach. What is this mechanism? You know something of the mechanism which has been invented by Edison, Bell, Marconi, and other electrical wizards, by which place and space and time have become only figures of speech. But did you ever stop to think that the mechanism which has been given you for transforming the universal power was invented by a greater inventor than Edison? We are accustomed to examining the mechanism of the implements which we use for tilling the soil, and we try to get an understanding of the mechanism of the motor car which we drive. But most of us are content to remain in absolute ignorance of the greatest piece of mechanism which has ever come into existence, the brain of man. In the first place, there is the great mental world in which we live and move and have our being. This world is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. It will respond to our desire in direct ratio to our purpose and faith. The purpose must be in accordance with the law of our being. That is, it must be creative or constructive. Our faith must be strong enough to generate a current of sufficient strength to bring our purpose into manifestation. The effects which are produced in the world without are the result of the action and reaction of the individual upon the universal. That is the process which we call thinking. The brain is the organ through which this process is accomplished. There is not a single virtue or principle in the storehouse of nature which the brain cannot express. The brain is an embryonic world, ready to develop at any time as necessity may arise. The nervous system has been compared to an electric circuit with its battery of cells in which force is originated and its white matter to insulated wires by which the current is conveyed. It is through these channels that every impulse or desire is carried through the mechanism. The spinal cord is the great motor and sensory pathway by which messages are conveyed to and from the brain. This, then, is the temple of the living God, and the individual is given control. And upon his understanding of the mechanism which is within his control will the result depend. Every thought sets the brain cells in action. At first, the substance upon which the thought is directed fails to respond. But if the thought is sufficiently refined and concentrated, the substance finally yields and expresses perfectly. This influence of the mind can be exerted upon any part of the body, causing the elimination of any undesirable effect. A perfect conception and understanding of the laws governing in the mental world cannot fail to be of inestimable value in the transaction of business, as it develops the power of discernment and gives a clearer understanding and appreciation of facts. Attention or concentration is probably the most important essential in the development of mind culture. The possibilities of attention when properly directed are so startling that they would hardly appear credible to the uninitiated. The cultivation of attention is the distinguishing characteristic of every successful man or woman, and is the very highest personal accomplishment which can be acquired. The power of attention can be more readily understood by comparing it with a sunglass in which the rays of sunlight are focused. They possess no particular strength as long as the glass is moved about and the rays directed from one place to another. But let the glass be held perfectly still, and let the rays be focused on one spot for any length of time. The effect will become immediately apparent. So, with the power of thought, let power be dissipated by scattering the thought from one object to another, and no result is apparent. But focus this power through attention or concentration on any single purpose for any length of time, and nothing becomes impossible. A very simple remedy for a very complex situation, some will say. All right, try it. You who have had no experience in concentrating the thought on a definite purpose or object. Choose any single object and concentrate your attention on it for a definite purpose for even 10 minutes. You cannot do it. the mind will wander a dozen times, and it will be necessary to bring it back to the original purpose. And each time the effect will have been lost, and at the end of the 10 minutes, nothing will have been gained because you have not been able to hold your thoughts steadily to the purpose. It is, however, through attention that you will finally be able to overcome obstacles of any kind that appear in your path onward and upward. And the only way to acquire this wonderful power is by practice. Practice makes perfect, in this as in anything else. In order to cultivate the power of attention, bring a photograph with you to the same seat, in the same room, in the same position as heretofore. Examine it closely at least 10 minutes. Note the expression of the eyes, the form of the features, the clothing, the way the hair is arranged. In fact, note every detail shown on the photograph carefully. Now cover it and close your eyes and try to see it mentally. If you can see every detail perfectly and can form a good mental image of the photograph, you're to be congratulated. If not, repeat the process until you can. It is by such exercises as these that you will finally be able to control your mental moods, your attitude, your consciousness. Men are learning to place themselves in harmony with the universal mind. They are learning the unity of all things. They are learning the basic methods and principles of thinking, and this is changing conditions and multiplying results. They are finding that circumstances and environment follow the trend of mental and spiritual progress. They find that growth follows knowledge. Action follows inspiration. Opportunity follows perception. Always the spiritual first, then the transformation into the infinite and illimitable possibilities of achievement. As the individual is but the channel for the differentiation of the universal, these possibilities are necessarily inexhaustible. Thought is the process by which we may absorb the spirit of power and hold the result in our inner consciousness until it becomes a part of our ordinary consciousness. That a man can change himself, improve himself, recreate himself, control his environment, and master his own destiny is the conclusion of every mind that is wide awake to the power of right thought in constructive action. Chapter 7. The Art of Visualization. This part tells of a method by which you may construct the mold or model from which your future will emerge. It explains that in the construction of this model, no one can do the work but yourself, but it suggests methods which, if faithfully carried out, will result in conditions exactly in accordance with your thought. Through all the ages, man has believed in an invisible power through which all things have been created and are continually being recreated. We may personalize this power and call it God, or we may think of it as the essence or spirit which permeates all things. But the effect is the same. The objective, the physical, the visible, is the personal, that which can be cognized by the senses. The subjective is the spiritual, the invisible, the impersonal. The personal is conscious because it is a personal entity. The impersonal, being the same in kind and quality as all other being, is not conscious of itself and has therefore been termed the subconscious. The personal has the power of will and choice. The impersonal, being one with the source and origin of all power, can exercise no such choice, but has infinite resources at its command. It can bring about results by methods concerning which the human mind can have no possible conception. It is your privilege to depend upon the human will with all its limitations, or you may utilize the potentialities of infinity by making use of the subconscious mind. Visualization is the process of making mental images, and the image is the mold which will serve as a pattern from which your future will emerge. Make the pattern clear and make it beautiful. Draw on the infinite for your supply. Construct it in your imagination. It will have to be there before it will ever appear anywhere else. Work is necessary, hard mental labor, the kind of effort which so few are willing to put forth. The first step is idealization. It is the plan on which you are going to build. The architect, when he plans a grand building, has every line and detail pictured in advance. They see the end before a single step is taken. So you are to picture in your mind what you want. You are sowing the seed, but before sowing any seed, you want to know what the harvest is to be. If you are not sure, return to the chair daily until the picture becomes plain. First, the general plan will be dim, but it will take shape, then the details. And you will formulate plans which will eventually materialize in the objective world. Then comes the process of visualization. You must see the picture more and more complete, and as the details unfold, the ways and means for bringing it into manifestation will develop. Thought will lead to action. Action will develop methods. Methods will develop friends. And friends will bring about circumstances. And finally, the third step, or materialization, will have been accomplished. If we are willing to follow along the lines of the great architect of the universe, we shall find our thoughts taking form, just as the universe took concrete form. The inventor visualizes his idea in exactly the same manner. Nikola Tesla always visualizes his inventions before attempting to work them out. Having first built up the idea in his imagination, he holds it there as a mental picture to be reconstructed and improved by his thought. In this way, he is enabled to rapidly develop and perfect a conception without touching anything. If you can conscientiously follow these directions, you will develop faith, the evidence of things not seen. You will develop confidence and the power of concentration, which will enable you to exclude all thoughts except the ones associated with your purpose. The law is that thought will manifest in form. Clearness and accuracy are obtained only by repeatedly having the image in mind. Each repeated action renders the image more clear and accurate, and in proportion to the clearness will the outward manifestation be. You must build it firmly in your mental world, the world within, before it can take form in the world without. You cannot make broadcloth from shoddy. This material will be brought out by millions of silent mental workers and fashioned into the form of the image which you have in mind. You have over 5 million of these mental workers, ready and in active use. Brain cells, they are called. Besides this, there is another reserve force of at least an equal number. Your power to create the kind of material necessary to build for yourself any environment you desire is practically unlimited. In addition to these millions of mental workers, you have billions of workers in the body everyone endowed with sufficient intelligence to understand and act upon any suggestion given. They are endowed with psychic activity whereby they can attract to themselves the substance necessary for perfect development. They do this by the same law that every form of life attracts to itself the necessary material for growth. The oak, the rose, the lily, secure it by silent demand, the law of attraction. Make the mental image, make it clear, distinct, perfect. Hold it firmly. The ways and means will develop. Supply will follow the demand. Earnest desire will bring about confident expectation. And this in turn must be reinforced by firm demand. These three cannot fail to bring about attainment because earnest desire is the feeling, confident expectation is the thought, and firm demand is the will. And feeling gives vitality to thought, and the will holds it steadily until the law of growth brings it into manifestation. Is it not strange that we have always been taught to look for strength and power without? We have been taught to look everywhere but within. There are many who make conscientious efforts to realize health and power and seem to fail. The difficulty in nearly every case is that they are dealing with externals. They want money, health, and abundance, but fail to realize that these are effects and can come only when the cause is found. Those who will give no attention to the world without will look only for wisdom, will find that this wisdom will manifest in thought and purpose, which will create the external conditions desired. Create ideals only. Give no thought to external conditions. Make the world within beautiful and opulent, and the world without will express the condition which you have made within. For instance, a man is in debt. He will be continually thinking about the debt, concentrating on it, and as thoughts are causes, the result is that he actually creates more debt. He is putting the great law of attraction into operation with the inevitable result. Loss leads to greater loss. What, then, is the correct principle? Concentrate on the things you want, not on the things you do not want. Think of abundance. Idealize the methods and plans for putting the law of abundance into operation. Visualize the condition which the law of abundance creates. This will result in manifestation. If the law operates perfectly to bring about poverty for those who are continually entertaining thoughts of lack and fear, it will operate with the same certainty to bring about conditions of abundance for those who entertain thoughts of courage and power. This is a difficult problem for many. We are too anxious. We manifest anxiety, fear, distress. We want to help. We are like a child who has just planted a seed and every 15 minutes goes out and stirs up the earth to see if it is growing. Of course, the seed will never germinate, and yet this is exactly what many of us do in the mental world. We must plant the seed and leave it undisturbed. This does not mean that we are to sit down and do nothing. We will do more and better work than we have ever done before. All that is necessary is to have an open mind, be ready to act when the time comes. Thought force is the most powerful means of obtaining knowledge, and if concentrated on any subject, will solve the problem. Remember that thought is the fire that creates the steam that turns the wheel of fortune upon which your experiences depend. For your next exercise, visualize your friend. See him exactly as you last saw him. See the room, the furniture, recall the conversation, now see his face distinctly, now talk to him about some subject of mutual interest, see his expression change, watch him smile. Then arouse his interest, tell him a story of adventure, see his eyes light up with excitement. If you can do all of this, your imagination is good, you're making excellent progress. Chapter 8. Thought takes formeth the creative principle of the universe. What it is, how it takes form, and how it is brought into manifestation must necessarily be governed by an immutable law. It tells how the character, health, and circumstances of the individual are formed, and suggests methods whereby desirable conditions and circumstances may be created. It tells how and why and when the material from which your future is to emerge is secured. It suggests methods and exercises by which you may secure complete control of the power which governs in this mighty field of action. We are making our future now, today. When it comes, we shall have to accept what is given. It will be too late to change it, but we can dominate it, control it, make it what we want it to be. You may freely choose what you think, but the result of your thought is governed by an immutable law. Is not this a wonderful thought? Is it not wonderful to know that our lives are not subject to caprice or variability of any kind, that they are governed by law? This stability is our opportunity, because by complying with the law we can secure the desired effect with invariable precision. It is the law which makes the universe one grand pan of harmony. If it were not for law, the universe would be a chaos instead of a cosmos. Here, then, is the secret of the origin of both good and evil. This is all the good and evil there ever was or ever will be. Thought results in action. If your thought is constructive and harmonious, the result will be good. If your thought is destructive or inharmonious, the result will be evil. There is therefore but one law, one principle, one cause, one source of power, and good and evil are simply words which have been coined to indicate the result of our action, or our compliance or non-compliance with this law. The importance of this is well illustrated in the lives of Emerson and Carlyle. Emerson loved the good, and his life was a symphony of peace and harmony. Carlyle hated the bad, and his life was a record of perpetual discord and inharmony. Here we have two grand men, each intent upon achieving the same ideal, but one makes use of constructive thought and is therefore in harmony with natural law. The other makes use of destructive thought and therefore brings upon himself discord of every kind and character. It is evident, therefore, that we are to hate nothing, not even the bad, because hatred is destructive, and we shall soon find that by entertaining destructive thought, we are sowing the wind and shall reap the whirlwind. Thought contains a vital principle because it is the creative principle of the universe, and by its nature will combine with other similar thoughts. As the one purpose of life is growth, all principle underlying existence must contribute to give it effect. Thought, therefore, takes form, and the law of growth eventually brings it into manifestation. You may freely choose what you think, but the result of your thought is governed by an immutable law. Any line of thought persisted in cannot fail to produce its result in the character, health, and circumstances of the individual. Methods whereby we can substitute habits of constructive thinking for those which we have found produce only undesirable effects are therefore of primary importance. We all know that this is by no means easy. Mental habits are difficult to control, but it can be done, and the way to do it is to begin at once to substitute constructive thought for destructive thought. Form the habit of analyzing every thought. If it is necessary, if its manifestation in the objective will be a benefit not only to yourself, but to all whom it may affect in any way, keep it, treasure it. It is of value. It is in tune with the infinite. It will grow and develop and produce fruit an hundredfold. On the other hand, learn to keep out of your mind every element that seeks admittance with no definite helpful end in view. If your thought has been critical or destructive and has resulted in any condition of discord or inharmony in your environment, it may be necessary for you to cultivate a mental attitude which will be conducive to constructive thought. The imagination will be found to be a great assistance in this direction. The cultivation of the imagination leads to the development of the ideal, out of which your future will emerge. The imagination gathers up the material by which the mind weaves the fabric in which your future is to be clothed. Imagination is the light by which we can penetrate new worlds of thought and experience. It is the mighty instrument by which every discoverer, every inventor opened the way from precedent to experience. Precedent said, "It cannot be done." Experience said, "It is done." Imagination is a plastic power, molding the things of sense into new forms and ideals. It is the constructive form of thought which must precede every constructive form of action. A builder cannot build a structure of any kind until he has first received the plans from the architect, and the architect must get them from his imagination. The captain of industry cannot build a giant corporation which may coordinate hundreds of smaller firms and thousands of employees and utilize millions of capital until he has first created the entire work in his imagination. Objects in the material world are as clay in the potter's hand. It is in the mastermind that the real things are created, and it is by the use of the imagination that the work is done. In order to cultivate the imagination, it must be exercised. Exercise is necessary to cultivate mental muscle as well as physical muscle. It must be supplied with nourishment or it cannot grow. Do not confuse imagination with fancy or that form of daydreaming in which some people like to indulge. Daydreaming is a form of mental dissipation which may lead to mental disaster. Constructive imagination means mental labor, by some considered to be the hardest kind of labor, but if so, it yields the greatest returns. For all the great things in life have come to men and women who had the capacity to think, to imagine, and to make their dreams come true. When you have become thoroughly conscious of the fact that mind is the only creative principle, that it is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, and that you can consciously come into harmony with this omnipotence through your power of thought, you will have taken a long step in the right direction. The next step is to place yourself in position to receive this power. As it is omnipresent, it must be within you. We know that this is so because we know that all power is from within, but it must be developed, unfolded, cultivated. In order to do this, we must be receptive, and this receptivity is acquired just as physical strength is gained by exercise. The law of attraction will certainly and unerringly bring to you the conditions, environment, and experiences in life corresponding with your habitual characteristic predominant mental attitude. Not what you think once in a while when you are in church or have just read a good book, but your predominant mental attitude is what counts. You cannot entertain weak, harmful, negative thoughts 10 hours a day and expect to bring about beautiful, strong, and harmonious conditions by 10 minutes of strong, positive, creative thought. Real power comes from within. All power that anybody can possibly use is within man, only waiting to be brought into visibility by his first recognizing it, and then affirming it as his, working it into his consciousness until he becomes one with it. People say that they desire abundant life, and so they do. But so many interpret this to mean that if they will exercise their muscles or breathe scientifically, they will attain the abundant life they seek. The result of such methods is but indifferent. However, when man awakens to the truth and affirms his oneness with all life, he finds that he has discovered the source of all power. All mistakes are but the mistakes of ignorance. Knowledge gaining and consequent power is what determines growth and evolution. The recognition and demonstration of knowledge is what constitutes power. And this spiritual power is the power which lies at the heart of all things. It is the soul of the universe. This knowledge is the result of man's ability to think. Thought is therefore the germ of man's conscious evolution. When man ceases to advance in his thoughts and ideals, his forces immediately begin to disintegrate, and his countenance gradually registers these changing conditions. Successful men make it their business to hold ideals of the conditions which they wish to realize. They constantly hold in mind the next step necessary to the ideal for which they are striving. Thoughts are the materials with which they build, and the imagination is their mental workshop. Mind is the ever-moving force with which they secure the persons and circumstances necessary to build their success structure, and imagination is the matrix in which all great things are fashioned. If you have been faithful to your ideal, you will hear the call when circumstances are ready to materialize. Your plans and results will correspond in the exact ratio of your fidelity to your ideal. The ideal steadily held is what predetermines and attracts the necessary conditions for its fulfillment. It is thus that you may weave a garment of spirit and power into the web of your entire existence. It is thus that you may lead a charmed life and be forever protected from all harm. It is thus that you may become a positive force whereby conditions of opulence and harmony may be attracted to you. In your last exercise, you created a mental image. You brought it from the invisible into the visible. Now, I want you to take an object and follow it back to its origination. See of what it really consists. If you do this, you will develop imagination, insight, perception, and sagacity. These come not by the superficial observation of the multitude, but by a keen analytical observation which sees below the surface. Take the same position as heretofore and visualize a battleship. See the grim monster floating on the surface of the water. There appears to be no life anywhere about. All is silence. You know that by far the largest part of the vessel is underwater, out of sight. You know that the ship is as large and as heavy as a 20-story skyscraper. You know that there are hundreds of men ready to spring to their appointed task instantly. You know that every department is in charge of able, trained, skilled officers who have proven themselves competent to take charge of this marvelous piece of mechanism. You know that while it appears quiet, submissive, and innocent, it is prepared to hurl a steel projectile weighing thousands of pounds at an enemy many miles away. But how did the battleship come to be where it is? How did it come into existence in the first place? All of this you want to know if you are a careful observer. Follow the great steel plates through the foundries. See the thousands of men employed in their production. Go still further back and see the ore as it comes from the mine. See it melted and properly treated. Go back still further and see the architect and engineers who planned the vessel. Let the thought carry you back still further in order to determine why they planned the vessel. You will see that you are now so far back that the vessel is something intangible. It no longer exists. It is now only a thought existing in the brain of the architect. But from where did the order come to plan the vessel? Probably from the Secretary of War. Parliament or Congress had to pass a bill appropriating the money. Whom do these members of Parliament or these congressmen represent? They represent you and me, so that our line of thought begins with the battleship and ends with ourselves. And we find in the last analysis that our own thought is responsible for this and many other things, of which we seldom think. A little further reflection will develop the most important fact of all, and that is, if someone had not discovered the law by which this tremendous mass of steel and iron could be made to float upon the water instead of immediately going to the bottom, the battleship could not have come into existence at all. This law is that the specific gravity of any substance is the weight of any volume of it, compared with an equal volume of water. The discovery of this law revolutionized every kind of ocean travel, commerce, and warfare, and made the existence of the battleship possible. You will find exercises of this kind invaluable. When the thought has been trained to look below the surface, everything takes on a different appearance. The insignificant becomes significant, the uninteresting interesting. The things which we suppose to be of no importance are seen to be the only really vital things in existence. Chapter 9. The Great Affirmation. This part tells of the fundamental principle, the imperative condition, the immutable law underlying every successful business relation or social condition. It explains that there are only three things which all mankind requires for complete happiness and development. It tells what they are and how they may be had. If you wish to change conditions, you must change yourself. Your whims, your fancies, your ambitions may be thwarted at every step, but your inmost thoughts will find expression just as certainly as the plant springs from the seed. Suppose we desire to change conditions. How are we to bring this about? By the law of growth. Cause and effect are as absolute and undeviating in the hidden realm of thought as in the world of material things. Hold in mind the condition desired. Affirm it as an already existing fact. By constant repetition, it becomes a part of ourselves. We are actually changing ourselves. We are making ourselves what we want to be. Character is not a thing of chance, but it is the result of continued effort. If you are harassed by thoughts of fear or impending danger, remember that two things cannot exist in the same place at the same time. Your remedy is plainly to substitute thoughts of courage, power, self-reliance, and confidence for those of fear, lack, and limitation. The easiest and most natural way to do this is to select an affirmation which seems to fit your particular case. The positive thought will destroy the negative as certainly as light destroys darkness. Act is the blossom of thought, and conditions are the result of action, so that you constantly have in your possession the tools by which you will certainly and inevitably make or unmake yourself. There are only three things which can possibly be desired in the world without, and each of them can be found in the world within. The secret of finding them is simply to apply the proper mechanism of attachment to the omnipotent power to which each individual has access. The three things which all mankind desires and which are necessary for his complete development are health, wealth, and love. All will admit that health is absolutely essential. No one can be happy if the physical body is in pain. All must admit that a sufficient supply of wealth is necessary, and as nature provides abundantly, any limitation is only the limitation which has been made by an artificial method of distribution. All will probably admit that love is the third essential. Those who possess all three find nothing else which can be added to their cup of happiness. We have found that the universal substance is all health, all substance, and all love, and that the mechanism of attachment whereby we can consciously connect with this infinite supply is in our method of thinking. To think correctly, accurately, we must know the truth. The truth, then, is the underlying principle in every business or social relation. It is a condition precedent to every right action. To know the truth is the only solid ground in a world of doubt, conflict, and danger. To know the truth is to be in harmony with the infinite and omnipotent power. To know the truth is to connect yourself with a power which is irresistible and which will sweep away every kind of discord, inharmony, doubt, or error. Every action which is not in harmony with truth will result in discord and eventual loss in proportion to its extent and character. How, then, are we to know the truth in order to attach this mechanism which will relate us to the infinite? We can make no mistake about this if we realize that truth is the vital principle of the universal mind and is omnipresent. If you require health, a realization of the fact that the I in you is spiritual and that all spirit is one will bring about a condition of health, because every cell in the body must manifest the truth as you see it. If you see sickness, they will manifest sickness. If you see perfection, they must manifest perfection. The affirmation, I am whole, perfect, strong, powerful, loving, harmonious, and happy, will bring about harmonious conditions. Thought is a spiritual activity, and spirit is creative. Therefore, the result of holding this thought in mind must necessarily bring about conditions in harmony with the thought. If you require wealth, a realization of the fact that the I in you is one with the universal mind, which is all substance and is omnipotent, will assist you in bringing into operation the law of attraction, which will bring about conditions of power and affluence. Visualization is the mechanism of the attachment which you require. Visualization is a product of the imagination, and is therefore a product of the subjective mind, the world within. The thing visualized will manifest itself in form. If you require love, try to realize that the only way to get love is by giving it, and the only way in which you can give it is to fill yourself with it until you become a magnet. He who has learned to bring the greatest spiritual truths into touch with the lesser things of life has discovered the secret of the solution of his problem. One is always quickened by his nearness of approach to great ideas, great events, great natural objects, and great men. It is an inspiration to hear from someone who has demonstrated these principles. Frederick Andrews writes that he was about 13 years old when a doctor told his mother there was no possible chance for him to get well. His mother asked what the doctor would do if he were his boy, and he answered that he would fight as long as there is a breath of life to fight for. That was the beginning of a long drawn-out battle. At last the victory began, and he grew from a twisted cripple, going about on his hands and knees, to a strong, well-formed man. He built up an affirmation for himself, affirming over and over again, I am whole, perfect, strong, powerful, loving, harmonious, and happy. He kept up this affirmation till he could wake up in the night and find himself repeating it. Whatever you desire for yourself, affirm it for others, and it will help you both. We reap what we sow. If we send out thoughts of love and health, they return to us. But if we send out thoughts of fear, worry, jealousy, anger, hate, we will reap the results in our own lives. Man is the sum total of his own thoughts. At first, we cannot keep the evil thoughts from coming, but we can keep from entertaining them. The only way to do this is to forget them, which means get something for them. This is where the ready-made affirmation comes in. When a thought of anger, jealousy, fear, or worry creeps in, just start your affirmation going. The way to overcome evil is with good. Affirm the good, and the bad will vanish. If there is anything you require, it will be well for you to make use of this affirmation. Use it just as it is. Take it into the silence with you until it sinks into your subconsciousness. Spirit is omnipresent, ever ready. All that is required is a proper recognition of its omnipotence. If our predominant mental attitude is one of power, courage, kindliness, and sympathy, we shall find that our environment will reflect conditions in correspondence with these thoughts. Thoughts are causes and conditions are effects. Thought is creative and will automatically correlate with its object. This is a cosmological law, the law of attraction, the law of cause and effect. Your next exercise is to visualize a plant. Take a flower, bring it from the unseen into the seen, plant the tiny seed, care for it, place it where it will get the direct rays of the morning sun. See the seed burst. See the roots penetrating the earth. Watch them shoot out in all directions, and remember that they are living cells. See the stem shoot forward and upward. Watch it burst through the surface of the earth. See it divide and form branches. See the leaves begin to form, and then the tiny stems, each one holding aloft a bud. And as you watch, you see the bud begin to unfold, and your favorite flower comes to view. Now, if you will concentrate intently, you will become conscious of a fragrance. When you're enabled to make your vision clear and complete, you will be enabled to enter into the spirit of a thing. You will be learning to concentrate, and the process is the same, whether you are concentrating on health, a favorite flower, an ideal, or any problem of life. Every success has been accomplished by persistent concentration upon the object in view. In the end, thought rules the world. There are times when impulses and passions are more powerful, but they soon expend themselves, while mind, acting constantly, is ever ready to drive them back and work when their energy is exhausted. Chapter 10. The Law of Abundance. The ordinary man, who has no definite knowledge of cause and effect, is governed by his feelings or emotions. He does not know that every effect is the result of a certain definite cause, but he seeks to console himself with explanations and excuses. He thinks only in self-defense. On the contrary, the man who understands that there is no effect without an adequate cause thinks impersonally. He gets down to absolute facts regardless of consequences. He sees the issue clear to the end, and he meets the requirements fully and fairly. And the result is that the world gives him all that it has to give. Abundance is a natural law of the universe. Everywhere nature is lavish, wasteful, extravagant. Nowhere is economy observed in any created thing. Profusion is manifested in everything. That there is an abundance for everyone is evident, but that many fail to participate in this abundance is evident. They have not yet come into a realization of the universality of all substance, and that mind is the active principle whereby we are related to the things we desire. All wealth is the offspring of power. Possessions are of value only as they confer power. Events are significant only as they affect power. All things represent certain forms and degrees of power. Knowledge of cause and effect enables man to plan courageously and execute fearlessly. These laws govern in the physical world, but all power is not physical power. There is also mental power, and there is moral and spiritual power. Spiritual power is superior because it exists on a higher plane. The operation of this law is dependent upon spiritual contact. In the physical world as we know it, there exist the organic and the inorganic. The inorganic, or the mineral world, is absolutely cut off from the plant or animal world. The passage is hermetically sealed. No evolution of any kind can ever endow a single atom of the mineral world with the attribute of life. Only by the bending down into this dead world of some living form can those dead atoms be gifted with the properties of vitality. A similar passage exists between the natural world and the spiritual world. This passage is hermetically sealed on the natural side. No organic change, no mental energy, no moral effort, no progress of any kind can enable any human being to enter the spiritual world. But as the plant reaches down into the mineral world and touches it with the mystery of life, so the universal mind reaches down into the human mind and endows it with new, strange, wonderful, and even marvelous qualities. Thought is the connecting link between the infinite and the finite, between the universal and the individual. As a seed reaches down into the mineral world and begins to unfold and reach out, the dead matter begins to live. As the law of growth begins to take effect, we see the process continue until the lily finally appears. Even so, a thought is dropped into the invisible substance of the universal mind, that substance from which all things are created. And as it takes root, the law of growth begins to take effect. And we find that conditions and environment are but the objective form of our thought. The law is that thought is an active, vital form of dynamic energy, which has the power to correlate with its object and bring it out of the invisible substance from which all things are created into the visible or objective world. This is the law by which and through which all things come into manifestation. It is the master key by which you are admitted into the secret place of the Most High. With an understanding of this law, you may decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. It could not be otherwise. If the soul of the universe, as we know it, is the universal spirit, then the universe is simply the condition which the universal spirit has made for itself. We are simply individualized spirit and are creating the conditions for our growth in exactly the same way. This creative power depends upon our recognition of the potential power of spirit or mind, and must not be confused with evolution. Creation is the calling into existence of that which does not exist in the objective world. Evolution is simply the unfolding of potentialities involved in things which already exist. In taking advantage of the wonderful possibilities opened up to us through the operation of this law, we must remember that we ourselves contribute nothing to its efficacy. We can do nothing to assist in the manifestation. We simply comply with the law, and the all-originating mind will bring about the result. The great error of the present day is the idea that man has to originate the intelligence whereby the infinite can proceed to bring about a specific purpose or result. Nothing of this kind is necessary. The universal mind can be depended upon to find the ways and means for bringing about any necessary manifestation. We must, however, create the ideal, and this ideal should be perfect. The law of causation depends upon polarity. A circuit must be formed. This circuit cannot be formed unless we operate in harmony with the law. We see the law in operation everywhere. All nature testifies to the operation of the law by silently, constantly expressing itself in the law of growth. Where there is growth, there must be life. Where there is life, there must be harmony, so that everything that has life is constantly attracting to itself the conditions and the supply which are necessary for its most complete expression. If your thought is in harmony with the creative principle of nature, it is in tune with the infinite mind, and it will form the circuit. But it is possible for you to think thoughts that are not in tune with the infinite, and there is no polarity. The circuit is not formed. What is the result when a dynamo is generating electricity? The circuit is cut off, and there is no outlet. The dynamo stops. It will be exactly the same with you if you entertain thoughts which are not in accordance with the infinite and cannot therefore be polarized. There is no circuit. You are isolated. The thoughts cling to you, harass you, worry you, and finally bring about disease and possibly death. Constructive thought must necessarily be creative, but creative thought must be harmonious, and this eliminates all destructive or competitive thought. Wisdom, strength, courage, and all harmonious conditions are the result of power, and we have seen that all power is from within. Likewise, every lack, limitation, or adverse circumstance is the result of weakness, and weakness is simply absence of power. It comes from nowhere. It is nothing. The remedy, then, is simply to develop power, and this is accomplished in exactly the same manner that all power is developed, by exercise. This exercise consists in making an application of your knowledge. Knowledge will not apply itself. You must make the application. Abundance will not come to you out of the sky. Neither will it drop into your lap, but a conscious realization of the law of attraction and the intention to bring it into operation for a certain, definite, and specific purpose. And the will to carry out this purpose will bring about the materialization of your desire by a natural law of transference. When the law becomes fully operative, you will find that the things you seek are seeking you. For your next exercise, select a blank space on the wall or any other convenient spot from where you usually sit. Mentally draw a black horizontal line about 6 inches long. Try to see the line as plainly as though it were painted on the wall. Now mentally draw 2 vertical lines connecting with this horizontal line at either end. Now draw another horizontal line connecting with the 2 vertical lines. Now you have a square. Try to see the square perfectly. When you can do so, draw a circle within the square. Now place a point in the center of the circle. Now draw the point towards you about 10 inches. Now you have a cone on a square base. You will remember that your work was all in black. Change it to white, to red, to yellow. If you can do this, you are making excellent progress and will soon be enabled to concentrate on any problem you may have in mind. When any object or purpose is clearly held in a thought, its precipitation in tangible and visible form is merely a question of time. The vision always precedes and itself determines the realization. Chapter 11. Inductive Reasoning. This part tells of the means by which we have discovered that the infinitely small as well as the infinitely large is in the last analysis nothing but force, motion, life, and mind. Gives concise directions for making use of the creative power of the universe, the power by which all things are brought into existence. It shows how this marvelous power may be utilized, directed, and made available for the solution of every human problem. Your life is governed by law, by actual immutable principles that never vary. Law is in operation at all times, in all places. Fixed laws underlie all human actions. For this reason, men who control giant industries are enabled to determine with absolute precision just what percentage of every 100,000 people will respond to any given set of conditions. It is well, however, to remember that while every effect is the result of a cause, the effect in turn becomes a cause, which creates other effects, which in turn create still other causes. So that when you put the law of attraction into operation, you must remember that you are starting a train of causation, for good or otherwise, which may have endless possibilities. We frequently hear it said, "A very distressing situation came into my life," which could not have been the result of my thought, as I certainly never entertained any thought which could have such a result. We fail to remember that like attracts like in the mental world, and that the thought which we entertain brings to us certain friendships, companionships of a particular kind, and these in turn bring about conditions and environment, which in turn are responsible for the conditions of which we complain. Inductive reasoning is the process of the objective mind by which we compare a number of separate instances with one another until we see the common factor that gives rise to them all. Induction proceeds by comparison of facts. It is this method of studying nature which has resulted in the discovery of a reign of law, which has marked an epoch in human progress. It is the dividing line between superstition and intelligence. It has eliminated the elements of uncertainty and caprice from men's lives, and substituted law, reason, and certitude. When the universe presents itself full of force, motion, and life, we are constrained to ask by what possible means the delicate forms of organization in the midst of it are kept in order and repair. Like poles and like forces repel themselves or remain impenetrable to each other. As men of different virtues enter into partnership, so do opposite poles attract each other. Elements that have no property in common, like acids and gases, cling to each other in preference, and a general exchange is kept up between the surplus and the demand. As the eye seeks and receives satisfaction from colors complementary to those which are given, so do need, want, and desire, in the largest sense, induce, guide, and determine action. It is our privilege to become conscious of the principle and act in accordance with it. Cuvier sees a tooth belonging to an extinct race of animals. This tooth wants a body for the performance of its function, and it defines the peculiar body it stands in need of with such precision that Cuvier is able to reconstruct the frame of this animal. Perturbations are observed in the motions of Uranus. Adams and Leverrier need another star at a certain place to keep the solar system in order, and Neptune appears in the place and at the hour appointed. The instinctive wants of the animal and the intellectual wants of Cuvier, the wants of nature, and of the minds of Leverrier and Adams, were alike, and thus the results. A well-defined lawful want, therefore, furnishes the reason for the more complex operations of nature. Induction has taught men to make strides towards a land where our wants are satisfied by purely mental operations set in motion by the will, and where the supply is created by the demand. Induction is also an aid in concentrating and strengthening our faculties for the remainder of the journey, giving unerring solution for individual as well as universal problems by the mere operations of mind in the purest form. Here we find a method, the spirit of which is to believe that what is sought has been accomplished in order to accomplish it, a method bequeathed upon us by the same Plato who, outside of this sphere, could never find how the ideas became realities. This conception is also elaborated by Swedenborg in his doctrine of correspondences. And a still greater teacher has said, "What things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them." The differences of the tenses in this passage is remarkable. We are first to believe that our desire has already been fulfilled. Its accomplishment will then follow. This is a concise direction for making use of the creative power of thought by impressing on the universal subjective mind the particular thing which we desire as an already existing fact. We are thus thinking on the plane of the absolute and eliminating all consideration of conditions or limitation, and are planting a seed which, if left undisturbed, will finally germinate into external fruition. We see people in every civilized country on the globe securing results by some process which they do not seem to understand themselves, and to which they usually attach more or less mystery. Our reason is given to us for the purpose of ascertaining the law by which these results are accomplished. The operation of this thought process is seen in those fortunate natures that possess everything that others must acquire by toil, learn everything easily, complete everything they begin with a happy knack, and live in eternal harmony with themselves. The recognition of the marvelous power which is possessed by the mind under proper conditions, and the fact that this power can be utilized, directed, and made available for the solution of every human problem is of transcendental importance. All truth is the same, whether stated in modern scientific terms or in the language of apostolic times. When the great teacher said, "Believe that ye receive and ye shall receive," or when modern science says, "The law of attraction is that law by which thought correlates with its object," each statement is found to contain exactly the same truth. We are standing on the threshold of a new era. The time has arrived when man has learned the secrets of mastery, and the way is being prepared for a new social order. The spirit which sleeps in the mineral, breathes in the vegetable, moves in the animal, and reaches its highest development in man is the universal mind, and it behooves us to demonstrate our understanding of the dominion which we have been given. By far the greatest discovery of all the centuries is the power of thought. You ask, in what does the creative power of thought consist? It consists in creating ideas, and these in turn objectify themselves by appropriating, inventing, discovering, analyzing, combining, and applying matter and force. It can do this because it is an intelligent creative power. Thought reaches its loftiest activity when plunged into its own mysterious depth. When it breaks through the narrow compass of self and passes from truth to the region of eternal light, where all which is, was, or ever will be, melt into one grand harmony. From this process of self-contemplation comes inspiration, which is creative intelligence, and which is undeniably superior to every element, force, or law of nature, because it can understand, modify, govern, and apply them to its own ends and purposes, and therefore possess them. We all know many who have achieved the seemingly impossible, who have realized lifelong dreams, who have changed everything, including themselves. All that is required is an understanding of certain definite fundamental principles and their proper application. For your next exercise, concentrate on the quotation taken from the Bible. Whatsoever things ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. Notice that there is no limitation. Whatsoever things is very definite, and implies that the only limitation which is placed upon us is in our ability to think, to be equal to the occasion, to rise to the emergency, to remember that faith is not a shadow, but a substance. The substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Death is but the natural process whereby all material forms are thrown into the crucible for reproduction in fresh diversity. Chapter 12. The Law of Compensation. This part tells of numerous counterfeits and perversions by which many are led to think that something can be had for nothing. There is no royal road to success. We must give before we can get. If we cannot give money, we must give service. We must give time and thought. Knowledge does not apply itself. We as individuals must make the application, and the application consists in fertilizing the thought with a living purpose. The time and thought which most persons waste in aimless effort would accomplish wonders if properly directed with some special object in view. In order to do this, it is necessary to center your mental force upon a specific thought and hold it there, to the exclusion of all other thoughts. Unless you can concentrate upon the object which you have in view, you will have but a hazy, vague, and blurred outline of your ideal, and the results will be in accordance with your mental picture. There is no purpose in life that cannot be best accomplished through a scientific understanding of the creative power of thought. The power to think is common to all. Man's power to think is infinite. Consequently, his creative power is unlimited. We know that thought is building for us the thing we think of and actually bringing it nearer. Yet we find it difficult to banish fear, anxiety, or discouragement, all of which are powerful thought forces and which continually send the things we desire further away. The only way to keep from going backward is to keep going forward. Eternal vigilance is the price of success. There are 3 steps, and each one is absolutely essential. You must first have the knowledge of your power. Second, the courage to dare. Third, the faith to do. With this as a basis, you can construct an ideal business, an ideal home, ideal friends, ideal environment. Thought is omnipotent and has the power to draw on the infinite bank of primary substance for all that it requires. Your ideal must be sharp, clear-cut, definite. To have one ideal today, another tomorrow, and a third next week means to scatter your forces and accomplish nothing. Your result will be a meaningless and chaotic combination of wasted material. If a sculptor started out with a piece of marble and a chisel, and changed his ideal every 15 minutes, what result could he expect? And why should you expect any different result in molding the greatest and most plastic of all substances, the only real substance? The result of this indecision and negative thought is often found in the loss of material wealth. The only independence is found to be a practical working knowledge of the creative power of thought. This practical working method cannot come to you until you learn that the only real power which you can have is the power to adjust yourself to divine and unchangeable principles. You cannot change the infinite, but you can come into an understanding of natural laws. Your ability to cooperate with this omnipotence will indicate the degree of success with which you meet. The power of thought has many counterfeits which are more or less fascinating, but the results are harmful instead of helpful. Worry, fear, and all negative thoughts produce a crop after their kind. Those who harbor thoughts of this kind must inevitably reap exactly what they have sown. All of these perversions have their temporary satisfaction, but there is an infinitely greater fascination in a true understanding of the world of power within, a power which increases with use, is permanent instead of fleeting, and is an actual creative force with which we can build new conditions and new environment. The law is that thought will correlate with its object and bring forth in the material world the correspondence of the thing thought or produced in the mental world. We then discern the absolute necessity of seeing that every thought has the inherent germ of truth, in order that the law of growth will bring into manifestation good, for good alone can confer any permanent power. The principle which gives the thought the dynamic power to correlate with its object is the law of attraction, which is another name for love. This is an eternal and fundamental principle inherent in all things. It is feeling that imparts vitality to thought. Feeling is desire, and desire is love. Thought impregnated with love becomes invincible. The universal mind is not only intelligence, but it is substance. And this substance is the attractive force which brings electrons together by the law of attraction so that they form atoms. The atoms, in turn, are brought together by the same law and form molecules. Molecules take objective forms. And so, we find that the law of love is the creative force behind every manifestation. It is the combination of thought and love which forms the irresistible force called the law of attraction. All natural laws are irresistible. The law of gravitation, or electricity, or any other law operates with mathematical exactitude. There is no variation. It is only the channel of distribution which may be imperfect. If the law of attraction seems to be imperfectly demonstrated by an inexperienced or uninformed person, we are not to conclude that the greatest and most infallible law, upon which the entire system of creation depends, has been suspended. We should rather conclude that a little more understanding of the law is required. Things are created in the mental or spiritual world before they appear in the outward act or event. By the simple process of governing our thought forces today, we help create the events which will come into our lives in the future. Educated desire is the most potent means of bringing into action the law of attraction. man is so constituted that he must first create the tools or implements by which he gains the power to think. The mind cannot comprehend an entirely new idea until a corresponding vibratory brain cell has been prepared to receive it. This explains why it is so difficult for us to receive or appreciate an entirely new idea. We have no brain cell capable of receiving it. If, therefore, you have not been familiar with the omnipotence of the law of attraction and the unlimited possibilities which it opens to those who are enabled to take advantage of the resources it offers, begin now and create the necessary brain cells which will enable you to comprehend the unlimited powers which may be yours by cooperating with natural law. This is done by concentration or attention. The intention governs the attention. Power comes through repose. It is by concentration that deep thoughts, wise speech, and all forces of high potentiality are accomplished. It is in the silence that you get into touch with the omnipotent power of the subconscious mind from which all power is evolved. He who desires wisdom, power, or permanent success of any kind will find it only within. It is an unfoldment. Only in absolute silence may one come into contact with divinity itself, may learn of the unchangeable law and open for himself the channels by which persistent practice and concentration lead to perfection. Now, go to the same room, take the same chair, the same position as heretofore. Be sure to relax, let go, both mentally and physically. Never try to do any mental work under pressure. Now realize your unity with omnipotence. Come into a deep and vital understanding of the fact that your ability to think is your ability to act upon the universal mind and bring it into manifestation. Realize that you have exactly the same potential ability which any individual ever did have or ever will have. Because each is but an expression or manifestation of the one, all are parts of the whole. There is no difference in kind or quality, the only difference being one of degree. Chapter 13. Thought that Builds and Destroys. Physical science is responsible for the marvelous age of invention in which we are now living. But spiritual science is now setting out on a career whose possibilities no one can foretell. Spiritual science has heretofore been the football of the uneducated, the superstitious, the mystical, but men are now interested in definite methods and demonstrated facts only. We have come to know that thinking is a spiritual process, that vision and imagination precede action and event, that the day of the dreamer has come. Part 13 tells why the dreams of the dreamer come true. It explains the law of causation by which dreamers, inventors, authors, organizers bring about the realization of their desires. It explains the law by which the thing pictured upon our mind eventually becomes our own. It has been the necessity for science to seek the explanation of everyday facts by a generalization of those which form the exception. Thus does the eruption of the volcano manifest the heat continually at work in the interior of the earth. A generalization of facts which are rare, strange, or form the exception has been the magnetic needle guiding all discoveries of inductive science. The greater the success men have achieved in inductive science, the more does their example impress us with the necessity of observing individual facts carefully, before venturing upon a statement of general laws. By our resolve not to permit prejudice, to neglect unwelcome facts, we rear the superstructure of science upon the basis of full attention paid to the most isolated phenomena. Natural philosophy sifts the facts and attaches preeminent importance to that striking class, which cannot be accounted for by usual daily observation. If, then, we find that certain persons seem to possess unusual power, what are we to conclude? Firstly, we may say it is not so, which is simply an acknowledgment of our lack of information. Secondly, we may say that they are the result of supernatural interference, but a scientific understanding of natural laws will convince us that there is nothing supernatural. Every phenomenon is the result of an accurate, definite cause, and the cause is an immutable law which operates with invariable precision. Thirdly, we may say that we are on forbidden ground. This objection was used against every advance in human knowledge. On the contrary, we should carefully consider every fact which is brought to our attention. By doing this, we will more readily ascertain the law upon which it is based. It will be found that the creative power of thought will explain every possible condition or experience, whether physical, mental, or spiritual. Thought will bring about conditions in correspondence with the predominant mental attitude. Therefore, as fear is a powerful form of thought, if we fear disaster, disaster will be the certain result of our thinking. It is this form of thought which frequently sweeps away the result of many years of toil and effort. If we think of some form of material wealth, we may secure it. By concentrated thought, the required conditions will be brought about, and the proper effort put forth, which will result in bringing about the circumstances necessary to realize our desires. But we often find that when we secure the things we thought we wanted, they do not have the effect we expected. That is, the satisfaction is only temporary, or possibly is the reverse of what we expected. What then is the proper method of procedure? What are we to think in order to secure what we really desire? What you and I desire, what we all desire, what everyone is seeking, is happiness and harmony. If we can be truly happy, we shall have everything the world can give. If we are happy ourselves, we can make others happy. But we cannot be happy unless we have health, strength, congenial friends, pleasant environment, sufficient supply, not only to take care of our necessities, but to provide for those comforts and luxuries to which we are entitled. The old orthodox way of thinking was to be a worm, to be satisfied with our portion, whatever it is. But the modern idea is to know that we are entitled to the best of everything, that the Father and I are one, and that the Father is the universal mind, the Creator, the original substance from which all things proceed. Now, admitting that this is all true in theory, how are we to make it practical in our lives? How are we to get the actual, tangible results here and now? In the first place, we must put our knowledge into practice. Nothing can be accomplished in any other way. The athlete may read books and lessons on physical training all his life, but unless he begins to give out strength by actual work, he will never receive any strength. He will eventually get exactly what he gives. It is exactly the same with us. We will get exactly what we give, but we shall have to give it first. It will then return to us many-fold, and the giving is simply a mental process because thoughts are causes and conditions are effects. Therefore, in giving thoughts of courage, inspiration, health, or help of any kind, we are setting causes in motion which will bring about their effect. Thought is a spiritual activity and is therefore creative. But make no mistake, thought will create nothing unless it is consciously, systematically, and constructively directed. Herein is the difference between idle thinking, which is simply a dissipation of effort, and constructive thinking, which means practically unlimited achievement. We have found that everything we get comes to us by the law of attraction. A happy thought cannot exist in an unhappy consciousness. Therefore, the consciousness must change, and as the consciousness changes, all conditions necessary to meet the changed consciousness must gradually change in order to meet the requirements of the new situation. In creating a mental image or an ideal, we are projecting a thought into the universal substance from which all things are created. This universal substance is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. Are we to inform the omniscient as to the proper channel to be used to materialize our demand? Can the finite advise the infinite? This is the cause of failure. We recognize the omnipresence of the universal substance, but we fail to appreciate the fact that this substance is also omnipotent and omniscient, and consequently will set causes in motion concerning which we may be entirely ignorant. We can best conserve our interests by recognizing the infinite power and infinite wisdom of the universal mind. In this way, we become a channel whereby the infinite can bring about the realization of our desire. This means that recognition brings about realization. Therefore, for your next exercise, make use of the principle, recognize the fact that you are a part of the whole, and that a part must be the same in kind and quality as the whole, that the only difference there can possibly be is in degree. When this tremendous fact begins to permeate your consciousness, when you really come into a realization of the fact that you, not your body, but the ego, the I, the spirit which thinks, is an integral part of the great whole, that it is the same in substance, in quality, in kind, that the Creator could create nothing different from Himself, you will also be able to say, "The Father and I are one." And you will come into an understanding of the beauty, the grandeur, the transcendental opportunities which have been placed at your disposal. Chapter 14. The Source of All Power. This part explains the source of all power, wisdom, and intelligence, and the method by which this universal substance is differentiated into form. It shows that those who understand the principle get results in exact accordance with their understanding and their ability to make the proper application. Thought is a spiritual activity and is therefore endowed with creative power. All thought is creative, and thought can be used in a negative way through the process of denial. The conscious and subconscious are but two phases of action in connection with one mind. The least thought entertained by the conscious mind produces within your subconscious mind action in exact proportion to the depth of feeling, characterizing the thought and the intensity with which the thought is indulged. If you deny unsatisfactory conditions, you are withdrawing the creative power of your thought from these conditions. You are cutting them away at the root. The law of growth necessarily governs every manifestation in the objective. So, a denial of unsatisfactory conditions will not bring about instant change, but the withdrawal of your thought from the contemplation of unsatisfactory conditions will gradually but surely terminate these conditions. This is an exactly opposite course from the one we would naturally adopt. Most persons concentrate intently upon an unsatisfactory condition, giving it the energy and vitality necessary to supply a vigorous growth. The universal energy does not partake of the limitation of the many effects of which it is the cause, but is supreme over them all. This universal substance is the source of all power, wisdom, and intelligence. To recognize this intelligence is to acquaint yourself with the knowing quality of mind and bring it into harmonious relations in your affairs. Some will say, if these principles are true, why are we not demonstrating them? We do. We get results in exact accordance with our understanding of the law and our ability to make the proper application. We secured no results from the laws governing electricity until someone formulated the law and showed us how to apply it. This puts us in an entirely new relation to our environment, opening up possibilities hitherto undreamed of. Mind is creative, but this creative power does not originate in the individual, but in the universal, which is the source and fountain of all energy and substance. The individual is simply the channel for the distribution of this energy, the means by which the universal produces the various combinations which result in the formation of phenomena. Scientists have resolved matter into molecules, molecules into atoms, and atoms into electrons. These electrons fill all space. They exist everywhere. They fill all material bodies and occupy the whole of what we call empty space. This is the universal substance from which all these things proceed. Electrons would forever remain electrons unless directed where to go to be assembled into atoms and molecules, and this director is mind. Atoms unite in absolutely regular mathematical ratios and form molecules, and these unite with each other to form a multitude of compounds which unite to build the universe. Electrons manifest in the body as cells and possess mind and intelligence sufficient for them to perform their offices in the human physical anatomy. Every part of the body is composed of cells. Some are busy building tissue, others are engaged in forming secretions. Some act as carriers of material, others are surgeons repairing damage or scavengers carrying off waste. All these cells move for a common purpose, and each one has sufficient intelligence to perform its necessary duties and to conserve the energies and perpetuate its own life. Each cell is born, reproduces itself, dies, and is absorbed. The maintenance of health and life itself depends upon the constant regeneration of these cells. There is mind in every atom of the body. This mind is negative mind, and the power of the individual to think makes him positive, so that he can control this negative mind. This is the scientific explanation for metaphysical healing, This negative mind, contained in every cell, has been called the subconscious mind because it acts without our conscious knowledge. This subconscious mind is responsive to the will of the conscious mind. All things have their origin in mind, and appearances are the result of thought. Since they are produced by thought, they can be erased by thought. We find that every man is the reflection of the thought he has entertained during his lifetime. This is stamped on his face, his form, his character, his environment. Behind every effect, there is a cause, and if we follow the trail to its starting point, we shall find the creative principle out of which it grew. The objective world is controlled by an unseen power. We have learned to look upon it as the permeating essence or principle of all that exists, the infinite or universal mind. The universal mind, being infinite and omnipotent, has unlimited resources at its command, and we cannot escape the conclusion that we must be an expression or manifestation of that mind. The only difference between the subconscious and the universal is one of degree. They differ only as a drop of water differs from the ocean. They are the same in kind and quality. A recognition of this tremendous fact places you in touch with omnipotence. The subconscious mind being the connecting link between the universal mind and the conscious mind. The conscious mind can consciously suggest thoughts which the subconscious mind will put into action. As the subconscious is one with the universal, no limit can be placed upon its activities. A scientific understanding of this principle will explain the wonderful results secured through the power of prayer. They are not brought about by any special dispensations of providence, but are the result of the operation of a perfectly natural law. There is nothing either religious or mysterious about it. Yet there are many who are not ready to enter into the discipline necessary to think correctly, even though it is evident that wrong thinking has brought failure. Thought is the only reality. Conditions are but outward manifestations. As the thought changes, all material conditions must change in order to be in harmony with their creator, which is thought. But the thought must be clear-cut, steady, fixed, definite, unchangeable. You cannot spend 30 years building up negative conditions and then expect to see them melt away as the result of 15 minutes of right thinking. If you enter into the discipline necessary to bring about a radical change in your life, you must do so deliberately, and then you must allow nothing to interfere with your decision. This discipline, this change of thought, will not only bring you the material things which are necessary for your highest and best welfare, but will bring health and harmonious conditions generally. If you wish harmonious conditions in your life, you must develop an harmonious mental attitude. Your world without will be a reflection of your world within. For your next exercise, concentrate on harmony. Concentrate so deeply, so earnestly, that you will be conscious of nothing but harmony. Remember, we learn by doing. It is in the practical application that the value consists. Chapter 15. The Law of Growth. Experiments with parasites found on plants indicate that even the lowest order of life is enabled to take advantage of natural law. In order to obtain the material, potted rose bushes are brought into a room and placed in front of a closed window. If the plants are allowed to dry out, the parasites, previously wingless, change to winged insects. After the metamorphosis, the animals leave the plants, fly to the window, and then creep upward on the glass. The only method by which they could save themselves from starvation was to grow temporary wings and fly, which they did. Experiments such as these indicate that omniscience, as well as omnipotence, is omnipresent, and that the tiniest living thing can take advantage of it in an emergency. The laws under which we live are designed solely for our advantage. These laws are immutable, and we cannot escape from their operation. All the great eternal forces act in solemn silence, but it is in our power to place ourselves in harmony with them, and thus express a life of comparative peace and happiness. Difficulties, inharmonies, and obstacles indicate that we are either refusing to give out what we no longer need or refusing to accept what we require. Growth is attained through an exchange of the old for the new, of the good for the better. It is a conditional or reciprocal action. We cannot obtain what we lack if we tenaciously cling to what we have. We are able to extract from each experience only what we require for our further growth. Our ability to do this determines the degree of harmony or happiness we attain. The ability to appropriate what we require for our growth continually increases as we reach higher planes and broader visions. Nothing may reach us except what is necessary for our growth. All conditions and experiences that come to us do so for our benefit. Difficulties and obstacles will continue to come until we absorb their wisdom and gather from them the essentials of further growth. That we reap what we sow is mathematically exact. We gain permanent strength exactly to the extent of the effort required to overcome difficulties. In order to possess vitality, thought must be impregnated with love. Love is a product of the emotions. It is therefore essential that the emotions be controlled and guided by the intellect and reason. It is love which imparts vitality to thought, and thus enables it to germinate. The law of attraction will bring to it the necessary material for its growth and maturity. The first form which thought will find is language, or words. This determines the importance of words. They are the first manifestation of thought, the vessels in which thought is carried. They take hold of the ether, and by setting it in motion, reproduce the thought to others in the form of sound. Thought may lead to action of any kind, but whatever the action, it is simply the thought, attempting to express itself in visible form. It is evident, therefore, that if we wish desirable conditions, we can afford to entertain only desirable thoughts. This leads to the inevitable conclusion that if we wish to express abundance in our lives, we can afford to think abundance only, and as words are only thoughts taking form, we must be especially careful to use nothing but constructive and harmonious language, which when finally crystallized into objective forms, will prove to our advantage. We cannot escape from the pictures we incessantly photograph on the mind, and this photography of erroneous conceptions is exactly what is being done by the use of words. When we use any form of language which is not identified with our welfare, we manifest more and more life as our thought becomes clarified and takes higher planes. This wonderful power of clothing thoughts in the form of words is what differentiates man from the rest of the animal kingdom. We know that the universal thought has for its goal the creation of form, and we know that the individual thought is likewise forever attempting to express itself in form, and we know that the word is a thought form. Therefore, if we wish our ideal to be beautiful or strong, we must see that the words out of which this temple will eventually be created are exact. Words are thoughts and are therefore an invisible and invincible power, which will finally objectify themselves in the form they are given. The beauty of the word consists in the beauty of the thought. The power of the word consists in the power of the thought, and the power of the thought consists in its vitality. How shall we identify a vital thought? What are its distinguishing characteristics? It must have principle. There is a principle of mathematics, but none of error. There is a principle of health, but none of disease. There is a principle of truth, but none of dishonesty. There is a principle of light, but none of darkness. And there is a principle of abundance, but none of poverty. If we apply the principle of mathematics correctly, we shall be certain of our results. Where there is health, there will be no disease. If we know the truth, we cannot be deceived by error. If we let in light, there can be no darkness, and where there is abundance, there can be no poverty. A thought containing principle is vital, and therefore contains life, and consequently takes root, and eventually, but surely and certainly, displaces the negative thoughts, which by their very nature can contain no vitality. This is a fact which will enable you to destroy every manner of discord, lack, and limitation. There can be no question but that he who is wise enough to understand will readily recognize that the creative power of thought places an invincible weapon in his hands and makes him a master of destiny. In the physical world, there is a law of compensation, which is that the appearance of a given amount of energy anywhere means the disappearance of the same amount somewhere else. We find that we can get only what we give. If we pledge ourselves to a certain action, we must be prepared to assume the responsibility for the development of that action. The subconscious cannot reason. It takes us at our word. We have asked for something. We are now to receive it. We have made our bed. We are now to lie on it. For this reason, insight must be exercised so that the thought which we entertain contains no mental, moral, or physical germ which we do not wish objectified in our lives. Insight is a faculty of the mind whereby we are enabled to examine facts and conditions at long range, a kind of human telescope. It enables us to be prepared for the obstacles which we shall meet, overcoming them before they have any opportunity of causing difficulty. Insight enables us to plan to advantage and turn our thought and attention in the right direction. It is therefore absolutely essential for the development of any great achievement. With it we may enter, explore, and possess any mental field. Insight is a product of the world within and is developed in the silence, by concentration. For your next exercise, concentrate on insight. Focus the thought on the fact that to have a knowledge of the creative power of thought does not mean to possess the art of thinking. Let the thought dwell on the fact that knowledge does not apply itself, that our actions are not governed by knowledge, but by custom, precedent, and habit, that the only way we can get ourselves to apply knowledge is by a determined, conscious effort. Call to mind the fact that knowledge unused passes from the mind, that the value of the information is in the application of the principle. Continue this line of thought until you gain sufficient insight to formulate a definite program for applying this principle to your own particular problem. Chapter 16. The Nature of Wealth. Everything that lives has periods of birth, growth, fruition, and decline. These periods are governed by the septimal law. The law of sevens governs the days of the week, the phases of the moon, the harmonies of sound, light, heat, electricity, magnetism, atomic structure. It governs the life of individuals and of nations. Life is growth, and growth is change. Each 7 years period takes us into a new cycle. The first 7 years is the period of infancy. The next 7, the period of childhood. The next 7 represents adolescence. The fourth period marks the attainment of full growth. The fifth is the constructive period, when men begin to acquire property, possessions, a home, and family. The next is a period of reactions and changes, followed by a period of reconstruction and recuperation, so as to be ready for a new cycle of sevens, beginning with the 50th year. Those familiar with these cycles will not be disturbed when things seem to go wrong, but can apply the principle with full assurance that a higher law will invariably control all other laws, and that through an understanding and conscious operation of spiritual laws we can convert every seeming difficulty into a blessing. Wealth is a product of labor. Capital is an effect, not a cause, a servant, not a master, a means, not an end. The most commonly accepted definition of wealth is that it consists of all useful and agreeable things which possess exchange value. Wealth should never be desired as an end, but simply as a means of accomplishing an end. Success is contingent upon a higher ideal than the mere accumulation of riches, and he who aspires to such success must formulate an ideal for which he is willing to strive. With such an ideal in mind, the ways and means can and will be provided. There must be a definite fixed purpose, an ideal. The power to create depends entirely upon spiritual power. There are 3 steps: idealization, visualization, and materialization. Every captain of industry depends upon this power exclusively, the power to see a thing in its completeness. Here we have a vision of the law. We see cause and effect. We see that thought necessarily precedes and determines action. Human experience is the result of an orderly and harmonious sequence. Thought is the plastic material with which we build images of our growing conception of life. Use determines its existence. As in all other things, our ability to recognize it and use it properly is the necessary condition for attainment. Premature wealth is but the forerunner of humiliation and disaster, because we cannot permanently retain anything which we do not merit or which we have not earned. The conditions with which we meet in the world without correspond to the conditions which we find in the world within. This is brought about by the law of attraction. Whatever enters the mind through the senses will impress the mind and result in a mental image which will become a pattern for the creative energies. These experiences are largely the result of environment, chance, and past thinking, and must be subjected to careful analysis before being entertained. On the other hand, we can form our own mental images through our interior processes of thought regardless of exterior conditions. And it is by the exercise of this power that we can control our destiny, body, mind, and soul. We take our fate out of the hands of chance and consciously make for ourselves the experiences which we desire, because when we consciously realize a condition, that condition will eventually manifest in our lives. Thinking is the one great cause in life. Therefore, to control thought is to control circumstances, conditions, environment, and destiny. To think is to create a thought, but the result of the thought will depend upon its form, its quality, and its vitality. The form will depend upon the mental image from which it emanates. This will depend upon the depth of the impression, the predominance of the idea, the clarity of the vision, the boldness of the image. The quality depends upon its substance, and this depends upon the material of which the mind is composed. If this material has been woven from thoughts of vigor, strength, courage, determination, the thought will possess these qualities. The vitality depends upon the feeling with which the thought is impregnated. If the thought is constructive, it will possess vitality. It will attract to itself everything necessary for its complete development. If the thought is destructive, it will have within itself the germ of its own dissolution. It will die. But in the process of dying, it will bring sickness and every other form of discord. Good and evil, therefore, are not entities. They are simply words which we use to indicate the result of our actions. And these actions are in turn predetermined by the character of our thought. If you desire to visualize a different environment, the process is simply to hold the ideal in mind until your vision has been made real. Give no thought to persons, places, or things. The environment you desire will contain everything necessary. The right persons and the right things will come at the right time and in the right place. What we think determines the quality of mind, and that the quality of mind in turn determines our ability and mental capacity. The improvement in our ability will naturally be followed by an increase in attainment and a greater control of circumstances. Natural laws work in a perfectly natural and harmonious manner. If you wish to bring about the realization of any desire, form a mental picture of success in your mind by consciously visualizing your desire. In this way, you will be compelling success, externalizing it in your life by scientific methods. We can only see what already exists in the objective world, but what we visualize already exists in the spiritual world, and this visualization is a substantial token of what will one day appear in the objective world. Visualization is a form of imagination. This process of thinking forms impressions on the mind. And these impressions form concepts and ideals. They are the plans from which the master architect will weave the future. There is but one sense, the sense of feeling, and all other senses are but modifications of this one sense. This is why feeling is the very fountainhead of power, why the emotions so easily overcome the intellect, and why we must put feeling into our thought if we wish results. Thought and feeling are the irresistible combination. Visualization must be directed by the will. We are to visualize exactly what we want. We must be careful not to let the imagination run riot. Imagination is a good servant, but a poor master, and unless it is controlled, it may easily lead us into all kinds of speculations and conclusions which have no basis or foundation of fact whatever. We must therefore construct only such mental images as are known to be scientifically true. Subject every idea to a searching analysis, and accept nothing which is not scientifically exact. When you do this, you will attempt nothing but what you know you can carry out, and success will crown your efforts. This is what businessmen call farsightedness, and is one of the great secrets of success in all important undertakings. Harmony and happiness are states of consciousness, and do not depend upon the possession of things. Things are effects, and come as a consequence of correct mental states. If we desire material possession of any kind, our chief concern should be to acquire the mental attitude which will bring about the result desired. This mental attitude is brought about by a realization of our spiritual nature and our unity with the universal mind, which is the substance of all things. When we succeed in bringing about this mental attitude, it is comparatively easy to realize our desire as an already accomplished fact. When we can do this, we shall have found the truth which makes us free from every lack or limitation. Chapter 17. The Art of Concentration. The kind of deity which a man worships indicates the intellectual status of the worshipper. The heathen made graven images of their gods to facilitate mental concentration on the qualities they desired to externalize. We of the 20th century worship a God of love in theory, but in practice, we make graven images of wealth, power, fashion, custom, and conventionality. We concentrate on them, and they are thereby externalized in our lives. You will not mistake symbols for reality, but will be interested in causes rather than effects. Man has dominion over all things, established through mind. Thought is the activity which controls every principle beneath it. The highest principle, necessarily, determines the circumstances, aspects, and relation of everything with which it comes into contact. The vibrations of mental forces are the finest and consequently the most powerful in existence. To those who perceive the transcendency of mental force, all physical power sinks into insignificance. True conceptions are only secured by spiritual insight. This insight requires a quickening of the vibrations of the mind and is only secured when the mind is continuously concentrated in a given direction. Continuous concentration means an even, unbroken flow of thought and is the result of a patient, persevering, and well-regulated system. The greatest science, that of the mind, is revealed only through concentrated effort. Concentration is much misunderstood. There seems to be an idea of effort associated with it when just the contrary is necessary. You should be so engrossed in your subject as to be conscious of nothing else. Such concentration leads to intuitive perception and immediate insight. It is thus that the mind becomes a magnet, and the desire to know irresistibly attracts knowledge and makes it your own. Desire is largely subconscious. Subconscious desire arouses the latent faculties of the mind, and difficult problems seem to solve themselves. The subconscious mind may be aroused and brought into action in any direction and made to serve us for any purpose by concentration. The practice of concentration requires the control of the physical, mental, and psychical being. Spiritual truth is therefore the controlling factor. It will enable you to reach a point where you can translate modes of thought into character and consciousness. Concentration is the transmutation of thoughts into practical values. There is always the cry to have, but never the cry to be. People fail to understand that they cannot have one without the other. It is only by unbounded self-confidence that the goal is reached. The mind may place the ideal a little too high and fall short of the mark. It may attempt to soar on untrained wings and fall to earth, but that is no reason for not making another attempt. Weakness is the only barrier to mental attainment. Attribute your weakness to physical limitations or mental uncertainties and try again. Ease and perfection are gained by repetition. The astronomer centers his mind on the stars, and they give forth their secrets. Men center their minds on the problems of life, and the result is apparent in the social order of the day. All mental discovery and attainment are the result of desire plus concentration. Desire is the strongest motive to action. The more persistent the desire, the more authoritative the revelation. Desire added to concentration will wrench any secret from nature. The intensity of one moment of earnest concentration and the intense longing to attain may take you further than years of forced effort. It will unfasten the prison bars of unbelief, weakness, and self-belittlement, and you will come into a realization of the joy of overcoming. The spirit of initiative and originality is developed through continuity of mental effort. The mental element in every commercial pursuit is dominant, and desire is the predominating force. The principal necessity is the strengthening of the mind, so that it rises superior to the distractions and wayward impulses of instinctive life, successfully prevailing in the conflict between the higher and lower self. Thought is an omni-working power. It is the ruler and creator of all form and events. Physical energy is nothing in comparison with the omnipotence of thought, because thought enables man to harness all other natural power. Vibration is the action of thought. It attracts the material necessary to construct and build. Concentration implies that consciousness can be focalized to the point where it becomes identified with the object of its attention. The mind absorbs the object of its attention, giving it life and being. If you concentrate on some matter of importance, the intuitive power will be set in operation, and help will come in the nature of information which will lead to success. Intuition arrives at conclusions without the aid of experience or memory, solving problems beyond the grasp of reasoning power. It reveals the truth so directly that it seems to come from a higher power. Intuition can be cultivated and developed if the intuitive visitor is given a royal welcome. He will come again, but if he is ignored, he will make his visits few and far apart. Intuition usually comes in the silence. Great minds seek solitude frequently, for it is here that all the larger problems of life are worked out. You must find somewhere to be alone a few minutes each day to train the thought along lines which will develop that invincible power necessary to achieve. Remember that fundamentally the subconscious is omnipotent. There is no limit to the things that can be done when it is given the power to act. Your degree of success is determined by the nature of your desire. If the nature of your desire is in harmony with natural law or the universal mind, it will emancipate the mind and give you invincible courage. Every obstacle conquered will give you more faith in your power. Your strength is determined by your mental attitude. If this attitude is one of success, permanently held with an unswerving purpose, you will attract to yourself from the invisible domain the things you silently demand. By keeping the thought in mind, it will gradually take tangible form. A definite purpose sets causes in motion which go out in the invisible world and find the material necessary to serve your purpose. You may be pursuing the symbols of power instead of power itself. You may be pursuing fame instead of honor, riches instead of wealth, position instead of service. In either event, they turn to ashes just as you overtake them. Premature wealth or position cannot be retained because it has not been earned. We get only what we give, and those who try to get without giving always find that the law of compensation relentlessly brings about an exact equilibrium. With an understanding of the true source of power, we can afford to ignore the symbols. The man who has found the true source of power is no longer interested in shams or pretensions. Thought ordinarily leads outwardly in evolutionary directions, but it can be turned within where it will take hold of the basic principles of things. When you get to the heart of things, it is comparatively easy to understand and command them. The spirit of a thing is the thing itself, the vital part of it, the real substance. The form is simply the outward manifestation of the spiritual activity within. For your next exercise, concentrate as nearly as possible in accordance with this method. Let there be no conscious effort or activity associated with your purpose. Relax completely and avoid any thought of anxiety as to results. Power comes through repose. Let the thought dwell upon your object until it is completely identified with it, until you are conscious of nothing else. If you wish to eliminate fear, concentrate on courage. If you wish to eliminate lack, concentrate on abundance. If you wish to eliminate disease, concentrate on health. Always concentrate on the ideal as an already existing fact. This is the life principle which sets in motion those causes which guide, direct, and bring about the necessary relation, which eventually manifests in form. Chapter 18. The Growth of Consciousness. In order to grow, we must obtain what is necessary for our growth. This is brought about through the law of attraction. A man exists only in his relation to the whole, in his relation to other men, in his relation to society. This relation constitutes his environment. He exists in his relation to his environment and in no other way. Hence, it is evident that the individual is simply the differentiation of the one universal mind, and his so-called individuality consists of nothing but the manner in which he relates with the whole. There is a change in the thought of the world. This change is silently transpiring in our midst, and is more important than any which the world has undergone since the downfall of paganism. The present revolution in the opinions of all classes of men stands unparalleled in the history of the world. Science has unveiled such enormous possibilities and such unsuspected forces that scientific men more and more hesitate to affirm certain theories as established or to deny other theories as absurd. A new civilization is being born. Customs, creeds, and precedent are passing. Vision, faith, and service are taking their place. As the dross of materialism is being consumed, thought is being liberated, and truth is rising full-orbed before an astonished multitude. Physical science has resolved matter into molecules, molecules into atoms, atoms into energy, and this energy into mind. In its ultimate essence, energy may be incomprehensible by us, except as an exhibition of the direct operation of that which we call mind or will. This mind is the indwelling and ultimate. It is the sustaining, energizing, all-pervading spirit of the universe. Every living thing must be sustained by its omnipotent intelligence. And we find the difference in individual lives to be largely measured by the degree of this intelligence which they manifest. It is greater intelligence that places the man higher than the animal, and this increased intelligence is indicated by the power of the individual to control modes of action and thus to consciously adjust himself to his environment. This adjustment consists in the recognition of an order existing in the universal mind, for this mind will obey us precisely in proportion as we first obey it. It is the recognition of natural laws that has enabled us to annihilate time and space, to soar in the air, and to make iron float. It is the recognition of the self as an individualization of this universal intelligence that enables the individual to control those forms of intelligence which have not yet reached this level of self-recognition. They do not know that this universal intelligence permeates all things, ready to be called into action. They are therefore in bondage to the law of their own being. Thought is creative, but this creative power does not originate in the individual, but in the universal, which is the source and foundation of all energy and substance. The individual is simply the channel for the distribution of this energy, a means by which the universal produces various combinations, which result in the formation of phenomena. These depend upon the law of vibration, whereby various rates of rapidity of motion in the primary substance form new substances only in certain exact numerical ratios. Thought is the invisible link by which the individual comes into communication with the universal, the finite with the infinite, the seen with the unseen. as the proper apparatus has enabled the eye to discover worlds millions of miles away, so man has been enabled to communicate with the universal mind, the source of all power. The understanding which is usually developed is often nothing more than a belief, which means nothing at all. The only belief which is of any value is a belief that has been put to a test and demonstrated to be a fact. It has then become a living faith or the truth. A man would not expect to locate stars without a sufficiently strong telescope, and so men are continually making progress in the methods which they use to come into communication with the universal mind. The universal mind manifests itself in the objective through the principle of attraction that each atom has for every other atom. It is by this principle of combining and attracting that things are brought together. In order to grow, we must obtain what is essential for our growth. This completeness makes it possible for us to receive only as we give. Growth is therefore conditioned on reciprocal action. We find that on the mental plane like attracts like, that mental vibrations respond only to the extent of their vibratory harmony. Thoughts of abundance will respond only to similar thoughts. The wealth of the individual is seen to be what he inherently is. Affluence within is found to be the secret of attraction for affluence without. The ability to produce is found to be the real source of wealth of the individual. He who has his heart in his work will give and continually give, and the more he gives, the more he will receive. Thought is the energy by which the law of attraction is brought into operation, which eventually manifests in abundance. The universal mind is static mind, or substance in equilibrium. It is differentiated into form by our power to think. Thought is the dynamic phase of mind. Power depends upon consciousness of power. Unless we use it, we shall lose it, and unless we are conscious of it, we cannot use it. The use of this power depends upon attention. The degree of attention determines our capacity for the acquirement of knowledge, which is another name for power. Attention has been held to be the distinguishing mark of genius. The cultivation of attention depends upon practice. The incentive of attention is interest. Begin by paying attention, and before long, you will have aroused interest, which will attract more attention. Now, concentrate upon your power to create. Let the thought dwell on the fact that the physical man lives and moves and has his being in the sustainer of all organic life. Then let the thought rest on the fact that the spiritual man also lives and moves, and has his being in a similar but subtler energy, upon which he must depend for life. As in the physical world, no life assumes form until after a seed is sown, so in the spiritual world no effect can be produced until the seed is sown, and the fruit will depend upon the nature of the seed. The results which you secure depend upon your perception of law in the mighty domain of causation, which knowledge is the highest evolution of human consciousness. Thought engenders thought. Place one idea upon paper, another will follow it, and still another. You cannot fathom your mind. It is a well of thought which has no bottom. The more you draw from it, the more clear and fruitful it will be. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Therefore, guard accordingly, and take care that you entertain no notions unsuitable to virtue and reasonable nature. Chapter 19. The Search for Truth. The search for truth is no longer a haphazard adventure, but it is a systematic process and is logical in its operation. Every kind of experience is given a voice in shaping its decision. In seeking the truth, we are seeking ultimate cause. We know that every human experience is an effect. Then, if we may ascertain the cause, and if we shall find that this cause is one which we can consciously control, the effect or the experience will be within our control also. Human experience will then no longer be the football of fate. A man will not be the child of fortune, but destiny, fate, and fortune will be controlled as readily as a captain controls his vessel or an engineer his train. All things are finally resolvable into the same element, and as they are thus translatable, one into the other, they must ever be in relation, and may never be in opposition to one another. In the physical world, there are innumerable contrasts, and these may, for convenience sake, be designated by distinctive names. There are sizes, colors, shades, or ends to all things. There is a North Pole and a South Pole, an inside and an outside, a seen and an unseen, but these expressions merely serve to place extremes in contrast. They are psalms given to two different parts of one quantity. The two extremes are relative. They are not separate entities, but are two parts or aspects of the whole. We find exactly the same law obtaining in the spiritual world. We speak of mind and matter as two separate entities, but clearer insight makes it evident that there is but one operative principle, and that is mind. Mind is the real and the eternal. Matter is forever changing. We know that in the eons of time, 100 years is but as a day. We are in the presence of continual change, and we know that this change is but the evolution of the universal mind, the grand process whereby all things are continually being created anew, and we come to know that matter is but a form which mind takes and is therefore simply a condition. Matter has no principle. Mind is the only principle. We have then come to know that mind is the only principle which is operative in the physical, mental, moral, and spiritual world. We also know that this mind is static, or mind at rest, and we know that the ability of the individual to think is his ability to act upon the universal mind and convert it into dynamic mind or mind in motion. In order to do this, fuel must be applied in the form of food, for man cannot think without eating. And so we find that even a spiritual activity such as thinking cannot be converted into sources of pleasure and profit, except by making use of material means. You may know that thought constantly, eternally, is taking form, is forever seeking expression, or you may not. But the fact remains that if your thought is powerful, constructive, and positive, this will be plainly evident in the state of your health, your business, and your environment. If your thought is weak, critical, destructive, and negative generally, it will manifest in your body as fear, worry, and nervousness, in your finance as lack and limitation, and in discordant conditions in your environment. All wealth is the offspring of power. Possessions are of value only as they confer power. Events are significant only as they affect power. All things represent certain forms and degrees of power. What are our schools, our universities, but mental powerhouses, places where mental power is being developed? As there are many mighty powerhouses for the application of power to ponderous machinery, whereby raw material is collected and converted into the necessities and comforts of life, so the mental powerhouses collect the raw material and cultivate and develop it into a power, which is infinitely superior to all the forces of nature, marvelous though these may be. What is this raw material which is being collected in these thousands of mental powerhouses all over the world and developed into a power which is evidently controlling every other power? In its static form, it is mind. In its dynamic form, it is thought. This power is superior because it exists on a higher plane, because it has enabled man to discover the law by which these wonderful forces of nature could be harnessed and made to do the work of hundreds and thousands of men. It has enabled man to discover laws whereby time and space have been annihilated, and now apparently the law of gravitation is to be overcome. Thought is the vital force or energy which is being developed and which has produced such startling results in the last half-century as to bring about a world which would be absolutely inconceivable to a man existing only 50 or even 25 years ago. If such results have been secured by organizing these mental powerhouses in 50 years, what may not be expected in another 50 years? The substance from which all things are created is infinite in quantity. We know that light travels at the rate of 186,000 miles per second, and we know that there are stars so remote that it takes light 2,000 years to reach us. And we know that such stars exist in all parts of the heaven. We know, too, that this light comes in waves, so that if the ether on which these waves travel was not continuous, the light would fail to reach us. We can then only come to the conclusion that this substance, or ether, or raw material, is universally present. How then does it manifest in form? In electrical science, a battery is formed by connecting the opposite poles of zinc and copper, which causes a current to flow from one to the other, and so provides energy. This same process is repeated in respect to every polarity, and as all form simply depends upon the rate of vibration and consequent relations of atoms to each other, if we wish to change the form of manifestation, we must change the polarity. This is the principle of causation. For your next exercise, concentrate. And when I use the word concentrate, I mean all that the word implies. Become so absorbed in the object of your thought that you are conscious of nothing else, and do this a few minutes every day. You take the necessary time to eat in order that the body may be nourished. Why not take the time to assimilate your mental food? Let the thought rest on the fact that appearances are deceptive. The earth is not flat, neither is it stationary. The sky is not a dome, the sun does not move, the stars are not small specks of light, and matter, which was once supposed to be fixed, has been found to be in a state of perpetual flux, Try to realize that the day is fast approaching. Its dawn is now at hand, when modes of thought and action must be adjusted to rapidly increasing knowledge of the operation of eternal principles. Chapter 20. The True Business of Life. For many years, there has been an endless discussion as to the origin of evil. Theologians have told us that God is love, and that God is omnipresent. If this be true, there is no place where God is not. Where then are evil, Satan, and hell? Let us see. God is spirit. Spirit is the creative principle of the universe. Man is made in the image and likeness of God. Man is therefore a spiritual being. The only activity which spirit possesses is the power to think. Thinking is therefore a creative process. All form is therefore the result of the thinking process. Invention, organization, and constructive work of all kinds are the result of the creative power of thought. When the creative power of thought is manifested for the benefit of humanity, we call the result good. When manifested in a destructive manner, we call the result evil. They are simply words coined to indicate the nature of the result of the thinking process. Thought necessarily precedes and predetermines action, and action precedes and predetermines condition. The spirit of a thing is that thing. The spirit of you is you. It becomes active through your recognition of it and its possibilities. Unless you recognize and use your spiritual wealth, it will have no value. The only condition of spiritual power is use or recognition. All great things come through recognition. The scepter of power is consciousness, and thought is its messenger, constantly molding the realities of the invisible world into the conditions of your objective world. Thinking is the true business of life. Power is the result. What results can you expect so long as you remain oblivious to the power placed within your control? You limit yourself to superficial conditions, making yourself a beast of burden for those who think, who know that the less we think, the more we shall have to work. The secret of power is a perfect understanding of the principles, forces, methods, and combinations of mind and of our relationship to the universal mind. This principle is unchangeable. This stability is your opportunity. You are its active attribute, the channel for its activity. The universal can act only through the individual. When you perceive that the essence of the universal is within yourself, you begin to feel your power. It is the fuel which fires the imagination, which lights the torch of inspiration, which gives vitality to thought. Perception will come only in the silence. You are a visualizing entity. Imagination is your workshop, where your ideal is to be visualist. Visualize the entire method over and over again, so that you may use it whenever occasion requires. Supreme wisdom is to follow the method whereby we may have the inspiration of the omnipotent universal mind on demand. We can fail to recognize this world within and so exclude it from our consciousness, but it will still be the basic fact of all existence. When we learn to recognize it, we shall have found the kingdom of heaven, which we are told is within us. Our failures are a result of the operation of exactly the same principle. Its operation is exact. If we think lack, limitation, discord, we shall find their fruits on every hand. If we fear a coming calamity, the thing we feared will come upon us. If we think unkindly or ignorantly, we attract to ourselves the results of our ignorance. This power of thought is the greatest labor-saving device ever dreamed of, but if improperly used, the result will be disastrous. By the help of this power, you can confidently undertake things that are seemingly impossible. To become inspired means to get out of the beaten path, because extraordinary results require extraordinary means. When we come into a recognition of the unity of all things, and that the source of all power is within, we tap the source of inspiration. Inspiration is the art of self-realization, the art of adjusting the individual mind to that of the universal mind, and the art of becoming a channel for the flow of infinite wisdom, and understanding that the infinite power is omnipresent will enable us to absorb its essence. A further understanding that this power is spirit and therefore indivisible will enable us to appreciate its presence at all points at the same time. An understanding of these facts, first intellectually and then emotionally, will enable us to drink deeply from this ocean of infinite power. The emotions must be brought into action. The required combination is thought and feeling. Inspiration is from within. The silence is necessary. The senses must be stilled, the muscles relaxed, repose cultivated. When you have thus come into possession of a sense of poise and power, you will be ready to receive inspiration. Inspiration is the art of receiving and makes for all that is best in life. Your business in life is to understand and command these invisible forces instead of letting them command you. To understand and apply the method of inspiration is to become a Superman. We can live more abundantly every time we breathe, if we consciously breathe with that intention. The intention governs the attention, and without the attention, you can secure only the results which everyone else secures. In order to secure the larger supply, your demand must be increased. And as you consciously increase the demand, the supply will follow. We are told that in Him we live and move and have our being, and we are told that He is a spirit, so that every time we breathe this life, love, and spirit. This is pranic energy. It is the cosmic energy. Every time we breathe, we fill our lungs with air and vitalize our body with this pranic ether, so that we have the opportunity of making a conscious connection with all life, all intelligence, and all substance. A knowledge of your relation and oneness with this principle gives you a scientific understanding of a law whereby you may free yourself from disease, lack, or limitation of any kind. This breath of life is a superconscious reality. It is the essence of the I Am. It is pure universal substance, and our conscious unity with it enables us to localize it, and thus exercise the powers of this creative energy. Thought is creative vibration, and the quality of the conditions created will depend upon the quality of our thought. We must be before we can do, and we can do only to the extent to which we are. And what we are depends upon what we think. Every time you think, you start a train of causation which will create a condition in strict accordance with the quality of the thought which originated it. Thought in harmony with the universal mind will result in corresponding conditions. Destructive thought will produce corresponding results. The immutable law will not allow you to plant a thought of one kind and reap the fruit of another. You are free to use this creative power as you will, but you must take the consequences. This is the danger from what is called will power. Some think that by force of will they can coerce this law, that they can sow seed of one kind and make it bear fruit of another. But the fundamental principle of creative power is the universal. The idea of forcing a compliance with our wishes. By the power of the individual, will is an inverted conception, doomed to failure because it antagonizes the very power it is seeking to use. It is the individual attempting to coerce the universal, the finite in conflict with the infinite. Our permanent well-being will be best conserved by a conscious cooperation with the continuous forward movement of the great whole. For your next exercise, go into the silence and concentrate on the fact that in Him we live and move and have our being is literally and scientifically exact. That you are because He is, that if He is omnipresent, He must be in you. That if He is all in all, you must be in Him. That He is Spirit, and you are made in His image and likeness, and that the only difference between His Spirit and your spirit is one of degree, that a part must be the same in kind and quality as the whole. When you can realize this clearly, you will have found the secret of the creative power of thought, the origin of both good and evil, and the key to the solution of every problem. Chapter 21. The Power of Great Ideas. We know that the universe is governed by law, that for every effect there must be a cause, and that the same cause under the same conditions will invariably produce the same effect. The answer to prayer is therefore subject to law, and this law is definite, exact, and scientific, just as are the laws governing gravitation and electricity. An understanding of this law takes the foundation of Christianity out of the realm of superstition and credulity and places it upon the firm rock of scientific understanding. The real secret of power is consciousness of power. The universal mind is unconditional. Therefore, the more conscious we become of our unity with this mind, the less conscious we shall become of conditions and limitations. And as we become freed from conditions, we come into a realization of the unconditional. We have become free. As soon as we become conscious of the inexhaustible power in the world within, we begin to draw on this power and apply and develop the greater possibilities which this discernment has realized. Because whatever we become conscious of is invariably manifested in the objective world. This is because the infinite mind, which is the source from which all things proceed, is one and indivisible, and each individual is a channel whereby this eternal energy is being manifested. Our ability to think is our ability to act upon this universal substance, and what we think is what is created or produced in the objective world. The result of this discovery is nothing less than marvelous. To become conscious of this power is to become a live wire. It has the same effect as placing an ordinary wire in contact with a wire that is charged. The universal is the live wire. When the individual mind touches the universal mind, it receives all the power it requires. The ability to eliminate imperfect conditions depends upon mental action, and mental action depends upon consciousness of power. Therefore, the more conscious we become of our unity with the source of all power, the greater will be our power to control and master every condition. Large ideas have a tendency to eliminate all smaller ideas, so that it is well to hold ideas large enough to counteract and destroy all small or undesirable tendencies. This will remove innumerable petty and annoying obstacles from your path. You also become conscious of a larger world of thought, thereby increasing your mental capacity. This is one of the secrets of success, one of the accomplishments of the mastermind. He thinks big thoughts. The creative energies of mind find no more difficulty in handling large situations than small ones. Mind is just as much present in the infinitely large as in the infinitely small. When we realize these facts concerning mind, we understand how we may bring to ourselves any condition by creating the corresponding conditions in our consciousness, because everything which is held for any length of time in the consciousness eventually becomes impressed upon the subconscious, and thus becomes a pattern which the creative energy will weave into the life and environment of the individual. In this way, conditions are produced, and we find that our lives are simply the reflection of our predominant thoughts, our mental attitude. We see then that the science of correct thinking is the one science, that it includes all other sciences. From this science we learn that every thought creates an impression in the brain, that these impressions create mental tendencies, and these tendencies create character, ability, and purpose, and that the combined action of character, ability, and purpose determines the experiences with which we shall meet in life. These experiences come to us through the law of attraction. Through the action of this law, we meet in the world without the experiences which correspond to our world within. The predominant thought, or the mental attitude, is the magnet, and the law is that like attracts like. Consequently, the mental attitude will invariably attract such conditions as correspond to its nature. This mental attitude is our personality, and is composed of the thoughts which we have been creating in our own mind. Therefore, if we wish a change in conditions, all that is necessary is to change our thought. This will in turn change our mental attitude, which will in turn change our personality and the conditions with which we meet in life. It is, however, no easy matter to change the mental attitude, but by persistent effort it may be accomplished. The mental attitude is patterned after the mental pictures which have been photographed on the brain. If you do not like the pictures, destroy the negatives and create new pictures. This is the art of visualization. As soon as you have done this, you will begin to attract new things, and the new things will correspond to the new pictures. To do this, impress on the mind a perfect picture of the desire which you wish to have objectified, and continue to hold the picture in mind until results are obtained. If the desire is one which requires determination, ability, or courage, or any other spiritual power, these are necessary essentials for your picture. They are the feeling which combines with thought and creates the irresistible magnetic power which draws the things you require to you. They give your picture life, and life means growth. And as soon as it begins to grow, the result is practically assured. An illustration of how these mind forces operate is suggested by the method in which all our habits are formed. We do a thing, then do it again and again, until it becomes easy and perhaps almost automatic. And the same rule applies in breaking any bad habits. We stop doing a thing and then avoid it until we are entirely free from it. If we fail now and then, we should by no means lose hope, for the law gives us credit for every effort and every success. The real battle of life is one of ideas. On the one side is the constructive and creative thought. On the other side, the destructive and negative thought. On the negative side are the millions who prefer precedent to progress, who are eternally looking backward instead of forward, who see only the world without, but know nothing of the world within. In the last analysis, there are but these two classes. All men will have to take their place on one side or the other. They will have to go forward or go back. There is no standing still in a world where all is motion. The issue between the old regime and the new, the crux of the social problem, is entirely a question of conviction in the minds of the people as to the nature of the universe. When they realize that the transcendent force of spirit or mind of the cosmos is within each individual, it will be possible to frame laws that shall consider the liberties and rights of the many instead of the privileges of the few. The real interest of humanity is to exalt, emancipate, and recognize the divinity of the human spirit, to recognize that all power is from within, and that no human being has any more power than any other human being. The divine mind is the universal mind. It makes no exceptions in favor of any individual. But when the individual understands and realizes his unity with the universal principle, he will appear to be favored because he will have found the source of all health, all wealth, and all power. For your next exercise, concentrate on the truth. Try to realize that the truth shall make you free, that nothing can permanently stand in the way of your perfect success. When you learn to apply the scientifically correct thought methods and principles, realize that the silence offers an ever-available opportunity for awakening the highest conception of truth. Omnipotence itself is absolute silence. All else is change, activity, limitation. Silent thought concentration is therefore the true method of reaching, awakening, and then expressing the wonderful potential power of the world within. Chapter 22. Thought and Health. The various forms of inflammation, paralysis, nervousness, and diseased conditions generally are the manifestation of fear, worry, care, anxiety, jealousy, hatred, and similar thought. The life processes are carried on by two distinct methods. Firstly, the taking up and making use of nutritive material necessary for constructing cells. Secondly, the secretion and excretion of the waste material. All life is based upon these constructive and destructive activities. It is the second or destructive activity that is, with rare exception, the cause of all disease. The waste material accumulates and saturates the tissues, which causes auto-intoxication. The problem before us in the healing of disease is to increase the inflow and distribution of vital energy throughout the system, and this can only be done by eliminating thoughts of fear, worry, anxiety, jealousy, hatred, and every other destructive thought, which tend to tear down and destroy the nerves and glands which control the excretion and elimination of waste matter. If the state of our health is not all that could be desired, let us examine our method of thinking. Every thought produces an impression on the mind. Every impression is a seed which will sink into the subconscious and form a tendency. The tendency will be to attract other similar thoughts, and before we know it, we shall have a crop which must be harvested. If these thoughts contain disease germs, the harvest will be sickness, decay, weakness, and failure. If there is any physical condition which it is necessary to change, the law governing visualization will be found effective. Make a mental image of physical perfection. Hold it in the mind until it is absorbed by the consciousness. Many have eliminated chronic ailments in a few weeks by this method. It is through the law of vibration that the mind exercises this control over the body. We know that every mental action is a vibration, and we know that all form is simply a mode of motion, a rate of vibration. Therefore, any given vibration immediately modifies every atom in the body. Every life cell is affected, and an entire chemical change is made in every group of life cells. Everything in the universe is what it is by virtue of its rate of vibration. Change the rate of vibration, and you change the nature, quality, and form. The vast panorama of nature, both visible and invisible, is being constantly changed by simply changing the rate of vibration. And as thought is a vibration, we can also exercise this power. We can change the vibration and thus produce any condition which we desire to manifest in our bodies. We are all using this power every minute. The trouble is most of us are using it unconsciously and thus producing undesirable results. The problem is to use it intelligently and produce only desirable results. When our thought has been uplifted, progressive, constructive, courageous, noble, or kind, we have set in motion vibrations which brought about mental, moral, and physical health. When our thought has been filled with envy, hatred, jealousy, or criticism, certain vibrations were set in motion which brought about discord, inharmony, and disease. The objective mind has certain effects on the body which are readily recognized. Someone says something which strikes you as ludicrous, and you laugh until your whole body shakes, which shows that thought has control over the muscles of your body. But as these experiences are all the results of the action of your objective mind over the body, the results are of a temporary nature. They soon pass away and leave the situation as it was before. Let us see how the action of the subconscious mind over the body differs. You receive a wound. Thousands of cells begin the work of healing at once. You may even break a bone. No surgeon on earth can weld the parts together. He may set the bone for you, and the subjective mind will immediately begin the process of welding the parts together. You may become infected with a dangerous germ. The subjective will at once commence to build a wall around the infected area and destroy the infection by absorbing it in the white blood corpuscles. These processes of the subconscious mind usually proceed without our personal knowledge or direction. And so long as we do not interfere, the result is perfect. But as these millions of repair cells are all intelligent and respond to our thought, they are often paralyzed and rendered impotent by our thoughts of fear, doubt, and anxiety. They are like an army of workmen ready to start an important piece of work. But every time they get fairly started, a strike is called or plans changed, until they finally get discouraged and give up. The way to health is founded on the law of vibration, which is brought into operation by the mind, the world within. Our world of power is within. If we are wise, we shall not waste time and effort in trying to deal with effects as we find them in the world without, which is only an external or reflection. We shall always find the cause in the world within. By changing the cause, we change the effect. Every cell in your body is intelligent and will respond to your direction. The cells are all creators and will create the exact pattern which you give them. Therefore, when perfect images are placed before the subjective, the creative energies will build a perfect body. Brain cells are constructed in the same way. The quality of the brain is governed by the state of mind or mental attitude, so that if undesirable mental attitudes are conveyed to the subjective, they will in turn be transferred to the body. If we wish the body to manifest health, strength, and vitality, this must be the predominant thought. We know then that every element of the human body is the result of a rate of vibration. We know that mental action is a rate of vibration, and that a higher rate of vibration governs or changes a lower rate of vibration. We know that the rate of vibration is governed by the character of brain cells, and we know how to create these brain cells. Therefore, we know how to make any physical change in the body we desire, placing ourselves in harmony with natural law, which is omnipotent. This influence or control over the body by the mind is coming to be more and more generally understood. There can be no doubt that few patients are aware how much they can do for themselves. Mental therapeutics may be directed by the patient himself to calming the mind in excitement, by arousing feelings of joy, hope, faith, and love, and by diverting the thoughts from the malady. For your next exercise, concentrate on Tennyson's beautiful lines. Speak to him thou, for he hears, and spirit with spirit can meet. Closer is he than breathing, and nearer than hands and feet. Then try to realize that when you do speak to him, you are in touch with omnipotence. This realization and recognition of this omnipresent power will quickly destroy any and every form of sickness or suffering and substitute harmony and perfection. Then remember, there are those who seem to think that sickness and suffering are sent by God. If so, every physician and every nurse is defying the will of God, and hospitals are places of rebellion instead of houses of mercy. This quickly reasons itself into an absurdity, but there are many who still cherish the idea. You will then the more readily appreciate the ideal man, the man made in the image and likeness of God, and you will the more readily appreciate the all-originating mind that forms, upholds, sustains, originates, and creates all there is. Opportunity follows perception, action follows inspiration, growth follows knowledge, eminence follows progress. Was the spiritual first, then the transformation into the infinite and illimitable possibilities of achievement. Chapter 23. The Money Consciousness. The money consciousness is an attitude of mind. It is the open door to the arteries of commerce. It is the receptive attitude. Desire is the attractive force which sets the current in motion, and fear is the great obstacle by which the current is stopped or completely reversed, turned away from us. Fear is just the opposite from money consciousness. It is poverty consciousness. And as the law is unchangeable, we get exactly what we give. We make money by making friends, and we enlarge our circle of friends by making money for them, by helping them, by being of service to them. The first law of success, then, is service, and this, in turn, is built on integrity and justice. The man who at least is not fair in his intention is simply ignorant. He has missed the fundamental law of all exchange. He cannot cheat the infinite. The law of compensation will demand of him an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The forces of life are volatile. They are composed of our thoughts and ideals, and these in turn are molded into form. Our problem is to keep an open mind, to constantly reach out for the new, to recognize opportunity, to be interested in the race rather than the goal. You can make a money magnet of yourself, but to do so, you must first consider how you can make money for other people. If you have the necessary insight to perceive and utilize opportunities and recognize values, you can put yourself in position to take advantage of them, but your greatest success will come as you are enabled to assist others. What benefits? One must benefit all. A generous thought is filled with strength and vitality. A selfish thought contains the germs of dissolution. Great financiers are simply channels for the distribution of wealth. Both ends must remain open, and so our greatest success will come as we recognize that it is just as essential to give as to get. If we recognize the omnipotent power that is the source of all supply, we will adjust our consciousness to this supply in such a way that it will constantly attract all that is necessary to itself. And we shall find that the more we give, the more we get. Giving in this sense implies service. The banker gives his money, the merchant his goods, the author gives his thought, the workman gives his skill. All have something to give, but the more they can give, the more they get, and the more they get, the more they are enabled to give. The financier gets much because he gives much. He thinks. He wants to know how results are to be secured. You must show him. When you can do this, he will furnish the means by which hundreds or thousands may profit, and in proportion as they are successful, will he be successful. Rothschild and others did not get rich because they lost money for other people. On the contrary, It is because they made money for other people that they became the wealthiest men in the wealthiest countries on the globe. The average person is entirely innocent of any deep thinking. He accepts the ideas of others and repeats them in very much the same way as a parrot. This docile attitude on the part of a large majority who seem perfectly willing to let a few persons do all their thinking for them is what enables a few men to usurp all the avenues of power and hold the millions in subjection. The power of attention is called concentration. This power is directed by the will. For this reason, we must refuse to concentrate or think of anything except the things we desire. Many are constantly concentrating upon sorrow, loss, and discord of every kind. As thought is creative, it necessarily follows that this concentration inevitably leads to more loss, more sorrow, and more discord. On the other hand, when we meet with success, gain, or any other desirable condition, we naturally concentrate upon the effects of these things and thereby create more. Let me give you a concrete example. I know a man whom I had always considered to be quite materialistic. He had made several successes in life and also several failures. The last time I had a talk with him, he was practically down and out as compared with his former business condition. It looked as if he had indeed reached the end of his rope. He said to me, in substance, "I know that all things that work out in business are the result of thought. Just now, I seem to be short of thoughts and good ideas. But if this all-mind teaching is correct, there should be possible to the individual the attainment of direct connection with infinite mind. In infinite mind, there must be the possibility of all kinds of good ideas, which a man of my courage and experience could put to practical use in the business world and make a big success of. This was about 2 years ago. The other day I heard of this man again. He is the big man in the company. He named a concern which has made a phenomenal success during the last 18 months. He is the man who supplied the big idea for that concern. He is about $500,000 to the good and is moving rapidly toward the million mark, all in the space of 18 months. To me, it means that this man actually made the direct connection with infinite mind spirit, and having found it, he set it to work for him. He used it in his business. As this man must be considered as a manifestation of spirit, there is nothing sacrilegious in the idea that he should so harmonize himself with his origin and source that he would be able to manifest at least a minor degree of its power. All of us do this, more or less, when we use our minds in the direction of creative thought. This man went about it in an intensely practical manner. He not only drew upon the infinite supply for the ideas which he needed, but he also used the creative power of thought in building up for himself an idealistic pattern of that which he hoped to manifest in material form, adding thereto, changing, improving its detail from time to time, proceeding from the general outline to the finished detail. Those who may shrink from this idea of employing the infinite power to aid a man in his work in the material world should remember that if the infinite objected in the least to such a procedure, the thing could never happen. The infinite is quite able to take care of itself. Spirituality is quite practical, very practical, intensely practical. It teaches that spirit is the real thing, the whole thing, and that matter is but plastic stuff, which spirit is able to create, mold, manipulate, and fashion to its will. Spirituality is the most practical thing in the world, the only really and absolutely practical thing that there is. Now, concentrate on the fact that man is not a body with a spirit, but a spirit with a body, and that it is for this reason that his desires are incapable of any permanent satisfaction in anything not spiritual. Money is therefore of no value except to bring about the conditions which we desire, and these conditions are necessarily harmonious. Harmonious conditions necessitate sufficient supply, so that if there appears to be any lack, we should realize that the idea or soul of money is service, and as this thought takes form, channels of supply will be opened, and you will have the satisfaction of knowing that spiritual methods are entirely practical. We have discovered that premeditated, orderly thinking for a purpose matures that purpose into fixed form, so that we may be absolutely sure of the result of our dynamic experiment. Chapter 24. Truth Made Manifest. This is the final part. It explains the entire theory and practice of every system of metaphysics. It tells how to express harmony, health, and abundance. It explains how every difficulty can be removed or dissolved. It also tells of a master key by which those who are wise enough to understand and strong enough to make the sacrifice exacted may enter and partake. If you have practiced each of the exercises a few minutes every day, as suggested, you will have found that you can get out of life exactly what you wish, by first putting into life that which you wish. The fruit of this knowledge is the truth that makes men free, not only free from every lack and limitation, but free from sorrow, worry, and care. It makes no difference what your past habit of thought may have been. The way has been prepared. If you are inclined to be religious, the greatest religious teacher the world has ever known made the way plain. If your mental bias is toward physical science, the law will operate with mathematical certainty. If you're inclined to be philosophical, Plato or Emerson may be your teacher, but in each case, you may reach degrees of power to which it is impossible to assign any limit. An understanding of the master key is the secret for which the ancient alchemist vainly sought, because it explains how gold in the mind may be transmuted into gold in the heart and in the hand. When scientists first put the sun in the center of the solar system, the idea was self-evidently false. Nothing was more certain than the movement of the sun across the skies. Scholars raged and rejected the idea as absurd, yet the evidence has finally carried conviction in the minds of all. We speak of a bell as a sounding body, yet we knew that all the bell can do is to produce vibrations in the air. When these vibrations come at the rate of 16 a second, they cause a sound to be heard in the mind. The sound is not in the bell, it is in our own mind. We speak of the sun as giving light, yet we know it is simply giving forth energy, which produces vibrations in the ether, causing light waves. The only light there is the sensation caused in the mind by the motion of the waves. When the number increases, the light changes in color, so that although we speak of the rose as being red or the sky as being blue, we know that the colors exist only in our minds. We cannot depend upon the evidence of the senses for our information concerning the realities of things. The whole range, then, of the theory and practice of any system of metaphysics consists in knowing the truth concerning yourself and the world in which you live, in knowing that in order to express harmony, you must think harmony. In order to express health, you must think health. And in order to express abundance, you must think abundance. To do this, you must reverse the evidence of the senses. When you come to know that every form of disease is sickness, lack, and limitation are simply the result of wrong thinking, you will have come to know the truth, which shall make you free. Your real work consists in convincing yourself of the truth of these statements. When you have succeeded in doing this, you will have no difficulty in thinking the truth, and the truth contains a vital principle and will manifest itself. Those who heal diseases by mental methods know that life, health, and abundance are omnipresent, filling all space. They know that those who allow disease or lack of any kind to manifest have not come into an understanding of this great law. As all conditions are thought creations, and therefore entirely mental, disease and lack are simply mental conditions in which the person fails to perceive the truth. As soon as the error is removed, the condition is removed. The method for removing this error is to go into the silence and know the truth. As all mind is one mind, you can do this for yourself or anyone else. If you have learned to form mental images of the conditions desired, this will be the easiest and quickest way to secure results. If not, results can be accomplished by the process of convincing yourself absolutely of the truth of your statement. Remember that no matter what the difficulty is, no matter where it is, no matter who is affected, you have no patient but yourself. You have nothing to do but to convince yourself of the truth which you desire to see manifested. Every form of concentration, forming mental images, argument, and autosuggestion are simply methods by which you are enabled to realize the truth. If you desire to help someone, to destroy some form of lack, limitation, or error, the intention to help them is entirely sufficient, as this puts you in mental touch with the person. Then drive out of your own mind any belief of lack, limitation, disease, or danger. As soon as you have succeeded in doing this, the result will have been accomplished, and the person will be free. Thought is creative, and consequently, every time you allow your thought to rest on any inharmonious condition, you must realize that such conditions are apparent, only they have no reality. That spirit is the only reality, and it can never be less than perfect. All thought is a form of energy, a rate of vibration, but a thought of the truth is the highest rate of vibration known, and consequently destroys every form of error in exactly the same way that light destroys darkness. We can get no understanding of the truth from the world without. The world without is relative only. Truth is absolute. We must therefore find it in the world within. The absolute truth is that the I is perfect and complete. The real I is spiritual and can therefore never be less than perfect. The flash of genius does not have origin in the molecular motion of the brain. It is inspired by the ego, the spiritual I, which is one with the universal mind. Truth is not the result of logical training or of experimentation. It is the product of a developed consciousness. Your life and your actions will depend upon the degree of truth which you are enabled to perceive. For truth will not manifest in creeds, but in conduct. Truth manifests in character, and the character of a man should be the interpretation of his religion, and this will in turn be evidenced in the character of his possessions. Our environment and the innumerable circumstances of our lives already exist in the subconscious personality, which attracts to itself the mental and physical material which is congenial to its nature. If there should be apparent injustice in any phase of our personal life, we must look within for the cause. The conditions with which you meet in the world without are invariably the result of the conditions obtaining in the world within. By holding the perfect ideal in mind, you can bring about ideal conditions in your environment. If you see only the incomplete, the imperfect, the relative, the limited, these conditions will manifest in your life. But if you train your mind to see and realize the spiritual ego, which is forever perfect and complete, harmonious, wholesome, and healthful conditions only will be manifested. As thought is creative, and the truth is the highest and most perfect thought which anyone can think, it is self-evident that to think the truth is to create that which is true, and when truth comes into being, that which is false must cease to be. The universal mind is the totality of all mind which is in existence. Spirit is mind, because spirit is intelligent. The words are, therefore, synonymous. The difficulty with which you have to contend is to realize that mind is not individual. It is omnipresent. It exists everywhere. It is, therefore, universal. Men have generally used the word God to indicate this universal creative principle, but most people understand this word to mean something outside of themselves, while exactly the contrary is the fact. It is our very life. Without it, we would be dead. Therefore, spirit is really all there is of us. The only activity which the spirit possesses is the power to think. Therefore, thought must be creative, because spirit is creative. This creative power is impersonal, and your ability to think is your ability to control it and make use of it for the benefit of yourself and others. When the truth of this statement is realized, understood, and appreciated, you will have come into possession of the master key. Only those who are wise enough to understand, firm enough to follow their own judgment, and strong enough to make the sacrifice exacted may enter and partake. Try to realize that this is truly a wonderful world in which we live, that you are a wonderful being, that many are awakening to a knowledge of the truth, and as fast as they awake, they realize that all they ever willed or dreamed was but a faint concept of the dazzling reality. Though an inheritance of acres may be bequeathed, an inheritance of knowledge and wisdom cannot. The wealthy man may pay others for doing his work for him, but it is impossible to get his thinking done for him by another. Questions and answers. In referring to the subconscious and conscious minds, which is the technically correct expression? The correct expression is, we have one mind with two distinct functions. Are the devil in religion, the negative in science, and the bad in philosophy merely imaginary manifestations of thought energy? These are not imaginary entities. They are simply perversions. If you use electricity for light, you call it good. If you grasp a wire which has not been properly insulated and it kills you, it is not for that reason bad or evil. For the same reason, the one infinite power manifests in your life, either as good or as evil, as you make use of it constructively or destructively. Is not the master key idea of God pantheistic? This depends entirely upon your idea of pantheism. Pantheism conceives the universe to be one eternal, involuntary evolution of an infinite being, as contrasted with atheism, which is a positive denial of the divine immanence. Truth is absolute, but conception of truth varies with the individual consciousness. Therefore, no one can say when the ultimate truth has been reached. Yes, truth is absolute, but the conception of truth varies with the individual consciousness. Truth is not a matter of belief. It is a matter of demonstration. Since the real I is spiritual and perfect, how is it that we see such imperfect results? We see no imperfect results. Spiritual law always operates perfectly. If the individual thinks constructively, results are constructive. If he thinks destructively, he reaps exactly what he sows. What is life? Life is that quality or principle of the universal energy which manifests in so-called organic objects as growth and voluntary activity, and which is usually coexistent in some degree with some manifestation of that same universal energy as the quality or principle termed intelligence. You must understand that there is only one supreme principle, evading all comprehension of its essential nature. How is the law governing success or prosperity placed in operation? Every time you think you send a message into the formless energy from which and by which all things are created. This starts a train of causation, which relates with the things that correspond with the image of your thought. If your thought is sufficiently refined and concentrated, you will be placed in harmony with the object of your thought quickly. Most persons are busily engaged in concentrating upon lack, limitation, loss, and inharmony, and they are therefore attracting these conditions. How is prayer answered? The universal mind does not change the modus operandi of the universe in order to comply with our requests, but it does act through well-known laws, and these laws can be placed into operation, consciously or consciously. You correctly state that possession depends on use. How can this fact be best explained to show that this is the only way in which to acquire a reservoir of power to draw on in time of emergency? A man desires to strengthen his arm. He wishes it to become powerful. He does not conserve what strength he has in the arm, by binding it to his side. On the contrary, he begins to exercise it, and he finds that the more he uses it, the more strength is secured. The same rule applies in regard to mental and spiritual strength. Is it possible to conceive of a world in which there are no hewers of wood? To labor is to serve, and all service is honorable, but a hewer of wood contemplates blind service instead of intelligent service. Labor is the creative instinct in manifestation. Owing to the changes which have taken place in the industrial world, the creative instinct no longer finds expression. A man cannot build his own house. He cannot even make his own garden. He can by no means direct his own labor. He is, therefore, deprived of the greatest joy which can come to man, the joy of achieving, of creating, of accomplishing. Labor is, however, finding that the universe is governed by immutable laws. Do you not take into consideration knowledge a person acquires from books, experiences, etc.? You can derive absolutely no benefit from books, experiences, environment, or anything else until you have created brain cells capable of receiving the thought. No idea, no experience has any value for us until we are capable of receiving it. Is it correct to say that true religion and true science are twins, and that the death of one means the death of the other? True science and true religion are certainly twins. There can be no death for either, because what is true cannot die. What is true in science must be true in religion. There cannot be a scientific truth and a religious truth. All truth is one and indivisible. How do materialism and spiritualism find harmony in the Master Key system? The Master Key system teaches that there is but one principle, one power, that everything which exists is a materialization of this one power. The power itself is spiritual, but the manifestation of the power is material. One is subjective and the other objective. Two phases of one being. What explanation is to be given of the fact that although a great majority of the people want only peace, that the return of the desired normal, prosperous conditions is such a slow, hard process? There is no desire on the part of anyone for more war, just as there is no desire for poverty, crime, or for any other destructive condition. But there is, on the other hand, a conscious and a subconscious desire for the things which bring about war, destruction, poverty, and crime. Objective harmony can come only as a result of subjective harmony, and subjective harmony can come only as a result of vision, understanding, and perception. In the acme of achievement aimed at by the Master Key, how is it possible to ignore theology? A few centuries ago, it was thought that we must choose between the Bible and Galileo. 50 years ago, it was thought that we must choose between the Bible and Darwin. But as Dean Inga says, every educated man knows that the main facts of organic evolution are firmly established. Traditional Christianity must be simplified and spiritualized. What is the meaning of the statement, only 5%? Have the vision to annex the strategic position, to see and feel a thing before it happens? 95% of the people are busy attempting to change effects. Something happens which they do not like, and they try to change the situation. The other 5% are busily engaged with causes. They know that in order to make any permanent change, it is the cause which they must seek. It is the 5%. Who do the thinking and the 95% who merely accept the thought of others? What, more explicitly, is to be understood by the term polarity as applied to the mental process? Polarity is the tendency or inclination of a thought or feeling in a particular direction. When we think along certain lines continuously, the thought becomes polarized. We can see other and different points of view with difficulty or not at all. What is truth? Truth is the imperative condition of all well-being. To know the truth and to stand confidently on it is a satisfaction beside which no other is comparable. Truth is the only solid ground in a world of conflict and doubt and danger. How are germs created? Creation consists in the art of combining forces which have an affinity for each other in the proper proportion. Germs, however, have life. They must therefore be the product of something which has life or intelligence. Spirit is the only creative principle in the universe, and thought is the only activity which spirit possesses. Therefore, germs must be the result of a mental process. What has given rise to the idea of reincarnation? The germ plasma in each generation always contains the sum of all that has passed before it. The nucleus of every cell contains the chromosomes, and these reproduce the species of nature and condition according to definite law. Each chromosome contains the elements of every other cell in a matured body, plus everything that makes personality and individuality. We are then physically exactly what our forefathers were, plus environment and education. It is this persistency of the identity of the individual chromosome from generation to generation which has given rise to the idea of reincarnation. What is black magic? The idea that there is a phenomenon called black magic is attributable to credulity, superstition, and a lack of understanding of the laws governing in the mental world. The individual may open his mental gates and thereby become receptive to thoughts of any kind or description. If he thinks that there are magicians, witches, or wizards who are desirous of injuring him, he is thereby opening the door for the entrance of such thoughts. If, on the contrary, he thinks that there are those who are desirous of helping him, he thereby opens the door for such help. I do not seem to grasp fully the application of the law of vibration to the thought world. How, for instance, are we to change the rate of vibration here? Every thought changes the rate of vibration. As you are enabled to think greater, deeper, higher, and more forceful thoughts, the brain cells are refined, they become more powerful, and they are enabled to receive finer vibrations. Amid the seeming chaos of present-day conditions, is it not easy to discern the coming of that dawn which all the great ones of earth have foretold, the second coming of the millennium? One of the characteristic signs of a general awakening is the optimism shining through the mist of doubt and unrest. This optimism is taking the form of illumination, and as the illumination becomes general, fear, anger, doubt, selfishness, and greed pass away. We are anticipating a more general realization of the truth, which is to make men free. You speak about the originating mind that forms, upholds, sustains, and creates all there is. Does this explain the source from which comes man's ability to think lack, to think war and crime? Yes, this includes man's ability to think lack, war, and crime. If he can think constructive thought, he can also think destructive thought. But as soon as man learns that thinking is a creative process, that we are creators, not creatures, he will discontinue the process of thinking destruction for himself and his fellows. What should be the attitude toward the giant evils of the day, such as war, corruption, murder, vice, theft, and the like? Is it not often true that a tearing down, a clearing away of the brushwood, so to speak, must precede constructive work? No, it is not true. The tearing down process is not at all necessary. We do not need to laboriously shovel the darkness out of a room before letting in the light. On the contrary, all that is necessary is to turn on the light, and the darkness vanishes. Likewise, if but 0.1% of the money and effort were spent in constructive work that is now being spent in destructive work, the giant evils of the day to which you refer would disappear as if by magic.